Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the City Future Committee meeting for Monday, 17th of February 2025. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. That's at the rear of the chamber. And the assembly point is across the road. Bearing in mind the weather today, I hope this doesn't happen. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be available publicly on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphone and only one person speaking at a time, and just to be sure that your phones are on silent or off, please. Thank you very much. As this is the first meeting of the City Future Committee, I'd just like to thank the Mayor for appointing me Chair and Councillor Taylor Co-Chair, and we'll work diligently through our term to ensure the efficient running of this committee. I'd now like to ask Councillor Baker for the opening karakia.
Mauri ora e te whare, me noi tātou. E te kaihanga ki noi kia koe kia manakitia mai mātou I tēnei ota, I tēnei rā. Manakitia o mātou whānau kei ngā kainga maha, manakitia e rā e māwiwi ana, e rawa kore ana, e pani ana, uhia mai o tō mairangi ata whai ki rungi a mātou katoa I tēnei rā. Kororia ki tō ingoa tapu, āmine.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Apologies? There are none. Acceptance of late items. Any late items? There are none. Confidential business being transferred into the open. Councillor Kudak.
Thank you, Chairman. And, congratulations on your appointment, and we're looking forward to a smooth operating committee. The question is the item in confidential around the procurement strategy of 15th Avenue Tauranga Road, just a bit of rationale for that being in confidential, please.
I can respond to that, Morena Tato. Yeah, so it was actually quite a marginal call, and we did debate it between us and the team whether it should be in confidential or not. There are a couple of sentences which we think gives us a commercial advantage. One opportunity may be that we redact those and make the rest put the rest into public. I'd quite like to have a look at it. I'm not keen to support putting it into the public as part of this meeting. I'd probably need to have another close look through it just to make sure that we don't give anything away that would give us a commercial advantage. But with very few redactions, I'm pretty sure we can do that.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much for that. Change in the order of business. Item 8.5, as we have an external presenter coming in, that's booked in for 1 p.m. So if we're there at 1, great. If we're not, we'll change the order of business around to meet the external presenter. A declaration of conflict of interest. Any? No. If something does arise during the meeting, please bring it to our attention. Thank you. Item 8, business. Item 8.1, 15th Avenue to Welcome Bay upgrade procurement strategy. Nick, Chris Barton and Chris Farnsworth will be presenting on this. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you. Just by way of introduction, while Chris are taking their seats. So we have put the procurement strategy in front of you. And that's some work we've done in anticipation of NZTA making an announcement of their support or otherwise. We do know that their board considered it at their December meeting. We're still waiting for the announcement of the outcome of that. Apparently, it's a minister's decision to make. So we're eagerly anticipating that. But in the meantime, we've cracked on with things and generated the procurement strategy. And we're keen to put that in front of you so that you get a view of where we're heading with it, but also to get a debate about or hear from you what is really important for you as we put this to the market. What are the objectives and the criteria that you think that we would be best suited to lean on through the selection process of our supplier. So that's why it's in front of you, and I've got Chris and Chris here to speak to any of the detail. Thank you.
Yeah, Morena elected members. So I'm Chris Barton. I'm the Transport Major Projects Director, and with me is Chris Farnsworth, who's our Project Manager for the 15th to Welcome Bay project. So I'll provide further to Nick's intro, a brief introduction and overview of the report. So this report seeks endorsement of our proposed procurement strategy for the 15th Ave to Welcome Bay project. As you're aware, this is a high priority project for the city to provide a much needed upgrade to the currently constrained corridor between Welcome Bay and the city centre, but it's also complex, involving major works on one of the city's busiest arterial corridors, including the Haurani Bridge and Causeway. In August last year, Council endorsed the project business case. And as Nick noted, following submission of the business case to NZTA last year, we're still awaiting a formal decision on approval of co-funding for the next stage of works. However, we are expecting a decision imminently. Subject to funding being approved as the project moves into the next phases of planning for delivery, we are looking to proactively ensure we set the project up for success by aligning our procurement strategy to our key objectives during construction. So the two proposed primary objectives during delivery, from our perspective, are managing traffic disruption during the construction phase and also delivering value for money outcomes. To deliver against these goals, we are recommending an early contractor involvement or an ECI model for delivery. The key reason for this approach is to create a collaborative delivery team of the client, construction contractor and designers working together through the design development phase. This supports effectiveness of the design through constructability considerations from the contractor who has to build the project, particularly in regard to working around existing utility services, which is going to be a key challenge, and also enables the contractor to consider early how the project may best be constructed. Ultimately, when the contractor moves into the construction phase, they've also been involved through the design phase, which helps address some of those key risks as well. The ECI model does align with NZTA guidance as an appropriate delivery model for a project of this scale and complexity, and we've run that through their assessment tools. Just a note as well, today's report is not about the scope or design details of the project. The scope has been developed through the business case process, and there will also be further scope and design review opportunities as the project progresses through the next stage of design development that we'll be bringing back to the table as well. Further to that, I propose to take the report as read, and Chris and I and Nick are happy to take questions if there are any.
Very much for your report, much appreciated, and I enjoyed the reading. Questions? Mayor Mahe.
Good morning, and thanks for this. I just have a couple of questions around the I guess project next steps. So is it critical that we have if we're going to go down this track, that we have the contractor involved before we do the structural assessment of the Haurani Bridge?
Yeah, good question. It's not critical as such, but it's ideal in terms of getting that involvement in terms of the methodology approach to how. So it sort of can help the designer focus down on the methodology in terms of putting the parts that are the retrofitting of the bridge together. So if you're talking things like the shared path clip-on, the barrier on the outside, the water main, those components the designers can do standalone, but they're quite difficult things to be able to pass through just as in a box essentially without the design input, without the contractor's input. So the methodology of the build will differ to what's just drawn on a piece of paper.
But we're not designing anything until we know that the structural assessment of the bridge is okay. So
So the other part with that is that, yes, you can do that, but a lot of the advice that I've had back from most of the design teams in Tauranga is that's they will not accept a pass-through of another designer in terms of a contract model. They won't accept the liability of someone else undertaking that design. So they want to do it once. And if they get passed on, for example, if WSP undertook a design and passed it on to Becca would want to start it again from scratch. So they'd still want the input in place. So it's easier to bundle it under a single option than a linear process.
I'm sorry, I don't understand around the design. If you're doing a structural assessment, it's a structural assessment, not designing anything. Because if a structural assessment comes back as no, then we're not going forward. Is that?
So I think the key there is we're looking for consistency. So the structural assessment will flow into the design. And I think what Chris is talking about is if the structural assessment is undertaken by someone, and then we look to re-engage potentially a separate designer after that, they will potentially need to revalidate that the structural assessment exercise. So that's why we're trying to integrate it into one deliverable to potentially reduce the risk of that work having to potentially be done twice or revalidate or redone once we move past that structural assessment phase into the design phase is the intention.
Yes, sorry. Thank you. I see that. I guess my issue is the timing. The fact that we're not even going to start looking at this until August, and we're not going to start design until next year. Like, it's something that we need to know about the bridge. Like, let's get on with it, do it. Let's get this project done. At this rate, we're not going to have anything until probably 2028, 2029 on a project we've been talking about for 20 years. So my personal view is, let's get that assessment done now. Before we commit to this. If that means that the early contractor model is not the right way to go, I think time and efficiency and value for money outplays anything else along the process. So yeah, that's my steer anyway.
Councillor Kudak.
Given what I've heard, so there could be an advantage having the involvement of the contractor sort of design, because that assessment process could be iterative in terms of, well, I've got this problem and potentially, so it's good to have them there at the time, or best to, rather than having independently early assessment done without that input. Is that correct?
Yep, roughly. And back to your question before as well, both of those are sort of down the same pathway. You're not winning a huge amount of time by doing them in isolated components, or assess both of those programs. You probably gain yourself 1 to 2 months at best, but expose yourself to that future risk that you basically just said around that integration of the two teams, essentially.
Now, Councillor Taylor.
Not labouring the point, but if the answer's no, how much money would we save by doing it the Mayor's way? I don't want you to put it, there would be some money saved, I'm picking.
And it'll end up being the same outturn cost. So you won't save money, you might realise what you want in terms to that, essentially that fatal flaw or that component of understanding whether the bridge is a go or not earlier. Maybe like I said, maybe 1 to 2 months earlier, maybe. But in terms of an actual dollar saving, it'll be the same essentially amount of assessment.
Nick, did you want to comment on that? Oh, Chris.
Yeah, I think around the work that's proposed as part of that first stage structural assessment, as Chris said, that the scale of the work would be the same. If we were in the full scale ECI delivery model. There might be some additional overheads, a higher, a higher working, but it wouldn't be materially different. There would probably be some incremental costs associated with that, but we don't anticipate it would be, significant, noting that we are looking to really nail that piece of the scope at the front end of the project.
Yeah.
So is the contractor and the designer, are they the same people?
We would be looking at the contractor. We're talking about the civil construction contractor. The designer is likely a design consultant. We'd be looking at engaging effectively. The intention would be engaging a consortium of a contractor and design consultant as part of that early contractor involvement proposal.
So we could bring on a designer immediately and the contractor at a later point.
The challenge there is we're looking to get the contractor's involvement in selection of a designer rather than necessarily us choose a designer and then force and if we go down that track and we're saying this is our selected designer and then the contractor needs to blend in with that, we feel that that's a potential challenge, and one of the through our research on other ECI delivery models is one of the challenges that's popped up, and something that the method that we're looking to progress to address that as a potential risk in terms of what they call a forced marriage in the ECI delivery model.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at procurement strategy on page 12, I think you will have heard that we are aware and a little concerned about the amount of consultants we use, and it's something we are trying to look at. And I know we're building up our own internal legal team and upskilling our staff. So can you just talk about why you need Bell Gully review and feedback at this stage of the procurement strategy?
Obviously, from a project perspective, we have what we're looking to do is provide assurance around the proposed delivery model. So what's been developed to date or was developed was sent to the internal legal team, and at the time, I understand, was progressed to Bell Gully. I understand we are looking to develop our internal capability and in-house a lot of those services moving forward. But at the time, that was the recommendation from the internal review team, was to engage that external, independent and subject matter expert reviewer to provide some validation of the design, of the proposed strategy.
So can you tell me if the feedback actually changed what we did, or did they just come back and say that looks fine?
I think the feedback was valuable in terms of not necessarily changing the fundamental strategy of, so it validated that potentially an ECI delivery model was the right approach, but what it did help inform is potentially some of the challenges and pitfalls that other projects that they'd been aware of faced with ECI delivery models, which helped inform probably the next stages of our procurement planning and moving into that next phase. How do we address some of the key risks and issues that they've seen on other projects as well, of a similar scale and nature?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Nick, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, just to add to that, while we've gone through this process, we also know that not all of the ECI contracts implemented over the last 10 to 15 years, it's about a 15-year-old model in New Zealand, have been successful. And that was, from what we've learned and understood over time, much due to the selection process of which project suits for this particular model, and not every project does. So some of them actually haven't added their expected value to the client at all. So we've actually spent a little bit of extra time, possibly a little bit of extra money on reviews on this, and I particularly knew of some of those projects that hadn't been successful around the country. So we asked for a review of what were the criteria that made those failures per se. So yeah, we probably spent a little bit more time and money on this than we usually do, but it's one of our biggest projects ever. It'll be very, very important that we particularly get the methodology right for this one in terms of the disruption. That's the key component there. So yeah, we probably asked for a little bit more assistance than we otherwise would, but that was just a belts and braces approach to make sure that we do get the right model.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Chris. Yeah, very helpful report. I notice on number 15, it says it has been identified that minimising disruption is a key priority of the procurement. And I noticed, Chris B, that you, to my memory, stated that the two prime objectives are to manage disruption and value for money. Now, in the matrix, which is, on that point number 15, it then talks about the scoring matrix, which seems to have driven some of the preference for the ECI model. I noticed you gave the 20% rating to disruption, but you gave 5 to value for money. So I'd like to tease out, where are you now in terms of value for money? And given that if you literally put it into the matrix as a higher priority, you would not choose ECI based on the matrix. So can you explain, where it got to and where you're at now?
Sorry, and the matrix you're referring to in the attached procurement strategy?
Yeah, and there. So I'm aware I can't talk about the details of it because it's public explained.
No, that's all right. And I think that is something that through the original phase of, so the procurement strategy went through a couple of phases. There was the original resolve report, and through that, it is noted that in there, there was some weightings attached to different deliverables. I think it was identified that value for money weighting was probably incorrect in that original assessment or at the time. But what we have done is we've done a sensitivity analysis around that, which has validated that the ECI model is still the right solution for delivering that value for money outcome, highlighted against the overall deliverables that we outlined at the start as the fundamental. The tool, the matrix provides some guidance, and then it needs to be validated through, the qualitative assessment of how that matches up. And we're confident that the ECI model is the right solution to deliver a value for money outcome for this project.
Would it be fair to say that with the ECI model, it would be unlikely to drive any cheaper outcome? In which case, how would you answer the question if we sort of said, which would be a better bad case scenario, to actually run over the budget by 30 million or to run over the time frame by 3 months? Like, how are you weighted? I don't see in the report a clear analysis that shows the ECI model. You're sort of painting a picture, this is the best compromise, but we haven't even had the strategy discussion up front to say, what are we prepared to trade off and what are we prepared to be absolutely hardcore on this project?
Yep. I think some of those details will come into the next phase of obviously the procurement plan, like adopting the model as effectively as philosophy, and then the next challenge, which is part of the reviews that we've been working through at the moment, is how do we leverage that to deliver against those outcomes, make sure that the contractors and the commercial tensions are set up around delivering those key drivers of managing disruption and delivering value for money. We're confident that an ECI model is the best option to deliver value for money by bringing constructability thinking, early into the project, potentially reducing redesign risk. And if we can, subject to the performance measures that we put around the contract and the targets that we're looking to, the objectives that we drive around that, which will be weighted around these key drivers of value for money and managing disruption. A collaborative team of the client, the contractor, and the designer, we're confident is the right team to best bring those value considerations, whether that's around scope or materials or other opportunities. Bring that in through the design phase, which is the next component of the procurement phase.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Haureni Bridge has had a bit of history with seismic strengthening, and initially there was some concerns around the resilience of that piece of infrastructure. What's the likelihood that we're going to get to the go, no go, and it's no? And if you had to put a number on it, what would that likelihood be?
So I can't put a number against it, right? I think there is a challenge there. I think the indications that we've had to date, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, is it's more likely that the deliverable is viable than likely that it won't be viable, if that makes sense. So there is certainly a risk around that, but if I had to put a 50-50 against it, we'd certainly be on the favourable side that the structural assessment is going to support the proposal of what we've done today, which is, again, one of the key assumptions that was identified in the business case, and why we're identifying that as one of the early deliverables, so that we can get to that go no go decision really early in the project. But yeah, that's effectively the status of where we're at, but yeah, over 50% confidence.
Thank you very much.
Chris has said a bit higher.
No, this is a challenging project. It's got three very distinct portions to it. Obviously, we've discussed the bridge at length. It's got the roading length, the widening of it, and the moving of all the in-ground facilities that go with that to the side. So there's three separate components. So I definitely support the ECI model. Nick, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to mention too that there is another gate in the decision-making process. So the NZTA funding they were waiting for an announcement for now, and that was mentioned in the report, is only for the pre-imp phase. So they will also need to see that it delivers the outcomes that they need, and also a value for money outcome before they commit to the funding for the full project, as will council. So it's not like we're here approving the value for money component for the whole project. We are saying that this is the right path to go down, and we think that this will generate the delivery model that will give us that. And in time, we will actually see what the outturn cost is, or the budget that we will need for the project. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that this is next time you see it won't be the ribbon cutting. There's going to be another opportunity to make sure that it represents value for money and delivers on the other outcomes that you're looking for.
Thank you for that, Nick. This will be the last one, Councillor Kurek.
So a couple of questions. The assessment work on that bridge undertaken back in, was it 2018 or whatever, to what extent was that? I understand it's not the full invasive test, but what was the outcome of that early assessment work? And the second question around the early contractor involvement process, B2B, what was the contractor involvement there? I do recall there was contractor involvement, but it wasn't early, or just to answer that, clarify that.
Bridge question. Yeah, it's been going on for 25 years, those investigations through various consultancies. The last version was theoretical. So we did only one invasive type test in August last year, which was just a pile test to figure out depths of piles, because it's all in feet and inches and imperial measurements at the moment. So we're trying to reverse engineer some of that stuff. Most of that modelling all leads to, like we were saying before, much higher than 50% component that we're confident in, but it does caveat against all those actual core drilling and other much more invasive testing on the whole structure. So those works were the scour assessment of the seabed, the assessment of the bed of the deck, or the decking area and the space available, and the assessment of the piles and beam connection, but like I said, theoretical versus invasive.
Procurement.
Yeah, so the B2B project was a different delivery model to what we're proposing here. So that was, again, it was an NZTA delivered project, but I understand it was a design and construct, traditional 3916. So a different approach to what we're proposing here, which, yeah, obviously had its challenges that have been well documented. But again, as part of our due diligence of trying to inform an appropriate procurement strategy, we're trying to take some learnings from some of those other projects around the region as well, and make sure we proactively inform our strategy and also our planning to make sure that we can mitigate against some of those issues that we've seen on other projects.
Thanks, Chris. Last question, Councillor Crowler.
It's a four-parter.
One question.
So a question for Marty. We've got a major project manager, two major projects managers, one major projects director, one program director for major projects, one head of transport, a GM for infrastructure. We've got Neil Mason, who seems to be somewhere in the picture, around major projects. We've got yourself. You've got the OSG, including the, if I call him the OG, the original gangster, Stephen Town, who's involved. There's a lot of people involved in this project. And given what's happened on some other projects and the consequences for people involved with the organisation, I'm wondering, you know, I guess if something goes wrong on this project, who sort of walks the plank with us? Meaning, who can I ask the questions of now to find, you know, who's got ultimate responsibility? Because we're being told, I have other questions. I think I'm being told I can't ask them by the chair, but, you know, I don't feel comfortable enough to sort of sign off on ECI at the moment from what I've seen in the report, in the public excluded report. So I have questions I'd like to know, but I don't know who to ask the questions to, because it's a genuinely serious issue. I think in terms of, we've got to get this right. This is a huge project. It's going to have bigger impact than anything I can think of on our people. And we're sort of waving something through. And I don't think I don't even know if we're going to shut down Turret Road Bridge for 3 months, if we're going to go ahead with the 10 other projects that we've got there for 15 million on the list. Because I don't think they're all in our annual plan. All of that comes together. You know, to me, it's almost like we need a workshop to work through this before we do it. But I'm interested in who is ultimately accountable for this project.
Well, thank you, through the chair. So firstly, what we're talking about here is a procurement strategy, an approach and a preferred method of procurement. Okay, so Chris, as the Director of Major Projects Transport, is tasked with working with his team and a range of different independents to come up with what they believe is the most appropriate procurement strategy. Okay, obviously then he reports through to Nick, who has been in the game for the thick end of 35 years, and then to provide, because at least 50% of the funding is NZTAs on this, okay, we need to align with and, if you like, develop a procurement strategy that they are also comfortable with. This is the role of the OSG, the Oversight Steering Group, 3 independent experts that have dealt with major transport projects across the country, billion-dollar projects. Those 3 individuals come together and provide expert advice and guidance and help inform both NZTA and us. So they've
assess this process, they've been part of this process. If you want the highest level of confidence, it would be those three gentlemen, in my view, that can provide the best guidance that we have available on what the appropriate strategy is. I think talking about preference as to whether or not there's compromise between cost and expediency, how we're going to manage the transport, that'll all come later. But ultimately, this is about the initial stage to basically line up the team of people, contractors, designers, consultants that will guide us and steer us through this project.
Thank you very much for that, Marty. Right. Questions of staff? Thank you very much, staff. Much appreciated the report. Enjoyed reading. Now, I'm happy to move that the recommendations be accepted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Baker. I'm fully in support of this. I am happy to make a note that once Nick has looked through the procurement process and decided what we can move into public, we will do. Just a quick question of Nick, roughly what time frame? Couple of weeks? Couple of days. So basically by the time the minutes are signed off, this will be in public. Yeah, make a note of that. And then this is a challenging exercise. We're trying to do a lot on this project, and I support this process. The sooner we get all the contractors, the designers, everyone involved with the project all on the same page, all in the same room discussing how we're going to do this project, how we're going to do it efficiently, the quicker we'll move through the whole project. Councillor Baker, do you wish to comment?
Tautaku, your kōrero, Chair, acknowledging the questions that have been asked, and obviously we would like to process this project as quickly, as efficiently as possible. But hearing your words in particular as the long-time engineer in the crew, and your confidence in the process gives me assurance that this is the right track on top of the advice that we've received from staff. So I'm supporting the recommendations as read.
Councillor Taylor and then the Mayor.
It was pleasing for me to see the emphasis put on learnings from Cameron Road Stage 1 and how they affected businesses in the pathway. That's certainly something that I'll be keeping an eye on and putting my efforts into making sure that we do look after the businesses that are in the way of this project.
Thank you, Mayor.
I don't want to slow this process down. In fact, I want to speed it up. I want to see things delivered. So, while I support this project, I would just like to give a steer that we want to move at haste without compromising, the delivery, but just a steer to staff to look at every possibility to save time and actually get this thing built.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kudak.
Yes, I'm confident that the strategy makes sense, but I think there might be alignment, or the alignment is sought between the designers, contractors, etc., staff. But I think we need to ensure that we've got alignment amongst ourselves around this project, because this will be the defining project for us as a team of governance. And I hear some niggles there, and Councillor Crowther has suggested a workshop. I'm fully in support of that, just to allow a bit of free and frank discussion about where we're heading with this project and approach. So I'd like to move an amendment to that effect, just that a workshop is held sooner rather than later for elected members to consider the issues around this project.
Thank you. Have you sent what is the wording of your amendment?
Well, I'll simplify it, just that a workshop is held to discuss this, some detail around this project or strategy and project.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Crowther? You wish to speak to the amendment, Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, to me, this is of such critical importance that I keep thinking of the Auditor General's comments, the court's comments to Wellington City Council, the Hamilton City Council situation and other governance experiences in recent years, which is that if a member of governance isn't fully confident about something, it's on them to get confident before they sign off on it. And this is a huge project for me. This is something I have pushed for in my election campaign, but well before that. I think I've got a lot of confidence in the team. I've got a lot of confidence that we've learnt lessons since Cameron Road Stage 1, but there are some gaps there. And I, having had some conversations with people involved, I feel it'd be really helpful to have a workshop, get some of these things clear around the strategy. I think if we go down ECI, we have to be very, very careful about understanding the sort of the off-ramp point, because unless we have a lot of trust in a very limited number of contractors who can deliver this project, we've got plenty of design options, but very, very few realistic contractor options. So unless we have a hell of a lot of trust, including most likely with people who've delivered projects which have provided our city with a lot of challenges, then we need an off-ramp on this arrow diagram on page 24, where we go bridge no go, design a full corridor, and then we need an off-ramp to go around the circle again. And that will cost us money, that'll cost us time, but it will keep us having integrity with this project. And ultimately, yes, I want this delivered tomorrow. I've wanted this delivered years ago, but more importantly, we need to deliver it the right way. And for me, I don't see that here. I want to have a workshop to get clear on whether we really understand what we're doing here.
Does anyone else wish to speak to Councillor Kudik's amendment? It'll be on the board shortly, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, I just wonder whether the workshop you're intending to have is to derail the ECI. Because that's what we're voting on, isn't it? That the ECI carries on? But just after your comments then.
Your comments, Councillor Crowther?
I don't know why it's framed like that. The workshop that I'm wanting is to, as someone in governance who has observed what happened when the city had a cost overrun from a project that started off on Cameron Road as 35 million, ended up being, I think, 112 million. It started off as a 1.5 year project. It became whatever it was. Cameron Road Stage 2 also blew out and we haven't even started it. That I'd like to make sure we actually are in the right position, and the fingers were pointed very clearly at governance then, quite rightly. And I don't want to be doing the same thing, because at the time of Cameron Road Stage 1, I was assured personally that we had absolutely the right contractual setup. And there's one person involved in this whole process who I read out the names of before, who I would personally like to be in the room here and actually ask questions, because that person actually predicted what would happen with Cameron Road Stage 1. And to give Marty credit, he's involved now, but I'd like to be able to interact with these people and actually get some assurance around this, because otherwise we'll have all the best intentions in the world, but I don't even know if anyone on the team has delivered a project like this. That was one of the criticisms last time. I'd like to get those questions clearly answered. Don't want to derail anything.
Right, if there's... Oh, Deputy Mayor.
So just in consideration, and I understand the idea of a workshop, but also whether we can approve this and have a workshop, because I would have thought the workshop might say we don't want to approve it. And coming back to something that I am always needing to understand is accountability. And I hear over time that we do hear the chief executive and TCC say we just did what governance told us to do, which is what's meant to happen. But in the case of a project like this, I would like to see after C, a D that says, so we've delegated authority to the chief executive, but I would also like to confirm accountability of the CEO for the delivery from an ECI contract, so that, yes, you're choosing to have 3 experts and that's probably good, and you've got a really capable team, but at the end of the day, I want, as my colleague has also said, I want to know that somebody is accountable, and you can choose the people that you use to help you, but I would like to add confirms accountability of the CEO for the delivery from the ECI contract, so that we do know you've taken that on board to get delivery for us.
I'm more than happy with that. I'm sure it's somewhere in my employment contract as well.
So
Just a point of note too. So the criticism of governance was project governance. It wasn't necessarily the broader. So
Clarity, my reference was that ultimately the governance of the council, legally and according to recent case law and to the Auditor General, is just as responsible.
are you talking to the amendment?
To clarify my point, was exactly what the Deputy Mayor said. If we have a workshop after we've approved this, do we then go back and change our minds again? That's the question.
No, that's what I'm about to ask. All those, we have an amendment before us. It's on the board. Have a read. Are you speaking to the amendment, Mayor? Yes.
Yeah, I support the amendment. I probably would take out the procurement strategy would be, I think it's around what I've heard today is around understanding the project better, and being comfortable, with the wider project more than just the procurement strategy. Obviously, as discussed as part of this amendment, we're actually approving the procurement strategy. So if we're going to do that, talking about something we've already approved is probably not appropriate, but I would absolutely welcome a workshop on the 15th Avenue Welcome Bay upgrade project to answer any questions and be comfortable with what that is, and that's another story, I guess, around whether we're approving the early contractor engagement or not.
Move it and second. Happy with the changes?
I mean, for me, my own preference would be to not endorse it and to not delegate authority, to have the workshop and then to work through, knowing that when we do award an ECI contract and when we do endorse the process, that it's subject to us understanding what, answering the questions that.
So you're not happy with how it sits right now?
I'm not happy with the proposed.
Councillor Clerk, it's your amendment.
No.
So perhaps we can do 2 stages, see if we've got majority support for having those additional words around the strategy, but it's not limited to the strategy. If that fails, then we just take them off and I'm sure they'll get through.
Getting sidetracked here, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, well, I did an amendment within a conversation about amendment, so I would still like to propose that we add the add confirms accountability to the CEO for the delivery from the ECI contract as part of this conversation. If my colleague would agree to have that added in as part of his amendment.
Can we do one at a time, please?
Okay.
You can propose another.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have an amendment in front of us proposed by Councillor Kurak, supported by Councillor Crowther. Can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of adding that? All those in favour? Right.
So I've got Kurak, Morris, and Crowther.
All those opposed? Raise your hands.
Mayor, Taylor.
So that is lost.
Do you want to read out the names?
I'm happy to move the same amendment, taking out the procurement strategy.
An amendment to our amendment proposed by Mayor and supported by the Deputy Mayor. Do you wish to speak to your, or just let it, or just accept it as it is?
Yeah, I've already said what I meant to say. Yeah, I absolutely support finding out more information on this, project. Obviously, it is a big project, but we also want to keep moving, and we'll trust the staff in this case that they have identified the best method of delivering this project.
Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak?
I think it just, I agree with the Mayor and whether we're going fast enough with actually knowing whether the bridges are go, no go is actually quite important. And I think that's all part of what I would like to understand better, why that's not till August when it is a go, no go. So I support this change.
Anyone else wish to speak to the Mayor's amendment? No. Now ask for a show of hands, all those in favour of this amendment.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, everybody.
In favour, unanimous.
Can you show that as a complete? Deputy Mayor?
I wanted to foreshadow an amendment as well that I spoke to before. Can I do that now?
Yes, you can. Have you sent through a wording?
I would just like to add, confirms accountability of the CEO for the delivery from the ECI contract. Just being clear.
For us, for someone to second Councillor Schooler's amendment, we better see it.
Yeah, and then if the mover seconder are comfortable, you can include it in there.
Do I have a seconder? Mayor? Mayor Drysdale is the seconder. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
I think I've said, I think
Yes,
this is just being clear about accountability.
Mayor, do you wish to speak to the Deputy Mayor's amendment? No. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The longer these meetings go, the more inclined I am to speak. I do support the Deputy Mayor and Mayor's motion. To give flesh to that, we will need to work up the KPI. One statement did have me triggered earlier in the meeting, so I'll probably mention it now, and that was around the questions and the fingers that were pointed at governance over the cost blowout. Those fingers were not pointed by the media, because the media described the what we're terming here a blowout in stage 1 of Cameron Road as a funding boost. And I think it was more to do with the fact that the media agreed with who was around the table at that time relative to some others perhaps.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Right, I now put it to the floor. All those in favour? Yes. There we go.
We're voting.
We're voting on our new D.
With respect, I'm comfortable with it. Thanks.
So the Chief Executive's happy with the wording. We have a motion, an amendment before us. All those in favour? Show of hands required, please. Division. And did you get all those? Raise your hands, please. Me, Drysdale, Steve, that's correct. Taylor. Yeah, it's everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we now have a motion.
Yeah.
Are we happy to vote as one or in parts? As one?
Substantive.
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 So I now ask all those in favour, we'll take it as read, in favour of the motion, raise your hand. All those in favour?
5, 6.
Yeah.
Everyone in favour except for
That's okay.
none against.
Abstaining? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, staff. We now move to item 8.2. Cameron Road, Stage 2, project progression options. Nick, to introduce.
Yeah, just considering what's next for Cameron Road Stage 2, given that it's not in the NLTP, not funded by our funding partner NZTA at this stage, and we have another look at it for the next NLTP. But so the question is, what do we do in the meantime? And there are a few options laid out in this report, and I'll hand over to Chris and Richard.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just similarly provide another brief introduction. With me is Richard O'Kane, who's our Senior Project Manager across the Cameron Road Stage 2 project. As Nick outlined, this report seeks direction on where to from here for Cameron Road. So the project has been budgeted in the 2024 to 34 long-term plan to including significant external co-funding as outlined in the report. Crown grant funding via the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and also budgeted NZTA co-funding, which has been subsequently confirmed that NZTA co-funding will not be available, has not been prioritised and won't be available in this 2024 to 2027 NLTP period. So as Nick outlined, there are two primary options moving forward. We can seek to progress with the project without NZTA co-funding, which would require significant additional funds to close the funding gap as outlined in the paper, noting that we've been looking to update the business case, but the cost estimates are still high and there would be a significant funding gap that would need to be addressed, or to pause the project for further reconsideration. It's noted that in the draft 2025 to 26 annual plan, some of the funding has been deferred in that draft annual plan to the 2027-2028 financial year, recommencing. But it is noted that deferring the project does present a risk of the project no longer being eligible for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund Crown Grant funding. And propose to take the report as read from there, and happy to take any questions.
I thank you very much for that. It was a very well written report. Another one I enjoyed reading. Mia?
My understanding is we could, with the IFF funding, we can borrow up to 65% of the project. Is that correct?
Yes. So there's two funding sources attached to this. So IFF, which is a smaller component of the proposed funding stack for this project, that does require, we can borrow that up to 65%.
Is there a maximum?
Sorry. Yeah. Might call Andy.
Good morning. My name is Ben Corbett. I'm the team lead for growth funding, and I worked on the IFF when it was set up. You're right, there is a maximum. It's 110 million. So it's it's sort of a two-part threshold. You can borrow up to 65% and no more than 110.
Okay, thank you. The second question is around the IAF, and how I understand that is on condition of delivering, what's in the business plan. If we were to deliver the road, is there flexibility around that? Or if we delivered 50% of the road, would we get 50% of it? How does that work?
The premise of the funding application was around delivery of the full corridor. So the reason around that was that the benefits are twofold. So it was to support intensification through the Te Papa Peninsula, and also to support potentially future growth outside of that Te Papa Peninsula as well. So continued growth of the Western Corridor, etc. So there is potentially an avenue there, but it's not a guarantee, I guess, is the summary. And Ben may be able to update further into, he's been involved a little bit more with the administrators of the funding, but indications are that there's potentially an opportunity there, but it's certainly not a certainty that we would be able to partly deliver the project and still receive IAF funding.
Yes, I also worked on the IAF, a couple of acronyms around. I think we have to look at it as a no as the initial answer, that it's a quite binary. It would either be on for the whole thing or off. And then it would be a conversation to be led with between governance here and probably above a staff level at Kaingaora, so a ministerial level, to try and move that conversation forward. Obviously, the money's sitting there and has been earmarked for TCC to use for this project. If we could probably emphasise that the project is, or parts of the project to be delivered on a short time frame, which is what the IAF was originally looking for, and was to deliver significant housing outcomes, which again was another key priority. That would be a strong avenue, but there have been significant changes at a government level since the IAF was awarded.
So if we can show the outcomes, we've got a chance. And finally, how much per kilometre would you say a two-lane road costs approximately?
Can you provide a little bit more context around?
So if we were to deliver a new road, a two-lane road through the centre of a city, Cameron Road, for example, how much would it cost us a kilometre to do that?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
I might be able to enlighten you towards an answer for that. But the current corridor of 4.3 kilometres, the project, and the P50 transport estimate, just transport alone, would be circa 160 million. So if you work at those sums,
we're talking for 40 million a kilometre, which again seems steep, but.
And that's the transport scope only. I mean, water scope comes in with that, would be for the actual full corridor, the water's budgets are 70 million, which are uninflated. So with inflation, 80 million. So
I'll foreshadow amendment later. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, just in terms of resolution C, kind of addressed it a little bit already, but as part of those discussions, would we be able to see whether we can utilise that funding and financing to cope with the downstream effects of the 15th Ave upgrade discussed in the previous paper? Because that's going to have impacts on Cameron Road, of course, when you upgrade a feeder. Is that something that can be looked at in terms of?
That would essentially be I don't have the resolution in front of me, but that would essentially be the same scale of change as the conversation before. So it would really come back to that a very high level discussion and sort of government enthusiasm for that.
Would you like a supplementary?
Yeah, very quick one. Thanks, Mr. Chair. The phantom bus lanes on stage 1, when's that coming back to council for a decision? That got deferred last year. So if I'm getting it and I live in Papamoa, I'm getting questions about it. It must be a wider issue.
I'll come back to you on that. I can do that before the meeting's over. Yeah, just to give you
a bit
the
off
right
track
answer.
there, Councillor Morris. Christine, did you have a comment?
Just in terms of the funding matters that you're talking about reallocating or the IAF funding, if you were successful in being selected for a regional deal, that would provide an avenue to have quite direct negotiations on how that could be applied to other projects. And you've talked about a couple here, but there are also some others. So just noting that that might be a better avenue and would get you to the right people.
Good piece of news. Are there any other questions? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of myself and Councillor Crowther, because we had a similar question, so perhaps he could ask it slightly differently if I don't quite nail it from his point. But looking at page 30, option 2, one of the potential disadvantages is that at least some of the current project capital expenditure would need to be transferred, blah, blah, blah. Do we have any clarity on the sum, particularly for financial year 26?
It would be potentially a component of the cost to date. We'd have to work through an exercise around which costs which have been incurred to date are legitimately able to stay as a work in progress against a future capital asset versus which components potentially need to get written off as they're no longer valuable to the future capital asset. So we haven't got to the bottom of that exercise yet, but it would be a potential component of the cost to date, but we haven't got a firm assessment around that yet.
Thank you for that. Councillor Crowther.
Following up on that excellent question from my colleague, what would the worst case scenario be? In other words, I have no idea really what was spent on the project. So if it all had to go on OPEX, what are we talking about? Ballpark figure?
Circa $8 million.
Any other questions from council? Excellent. Thank you very much, staff. Thank you very much for a well-written report. Now, ask someone if they wish to move the recommendations. Are you moving or are you moving?
Propose a different recommendation.
Have you sent it through? Is there some wording?
Just sent it through. We'll just so it would be a new B.
While we're,
Does he want to?
I was about to ask the mayor, can he speak?
C, I think. Oh, actually, I think, no, actually, sorry, I think we could just have C as exploring opportunities. So just that first bit. Explore opportunities. But just take out that subject to B. What's that? No, yeah, because it is to reallocate. We're looking for options to reallocate. That's additional to my B, yeah. So A is as is.
Through the chair, can I just suggest that you put the word to request reallocation, because council, under the funding agreement that you currently have, you can't reallocate the current IAF funds. So it just might be just a slight wording change.
But we're requesting opportunities.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, take out the subject to be above. Or because it doesn't have anything to do with B anymore. No, because what it was saying is if we, in the original motion, it's saying if we pause Cameron Road, then let's look at options. I'm just saying let's look at those as well, and then we can make a decision between whether we could reallocate or do stage 2.
We've all read the mayor's proposed motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Are you happy, Nick?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the B, the IFF plus DC. So are we saying that we will look into opportunities without any rates funded contribution?
So without any rates funded contribution or NZTA funding?
Okay, understood. I just wanted to get clarity around that, because otherwise we would have to look into that and come back with some kind of a, well, whatever we add in terms of rates funded now would have to drop something else out of the annual plan, basically. That's why I'm asking. So thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, thank you.
That comes from the report 37, so just using those numbers. But obviously if we could bump that IFF up, potentially we could have more. Yeah, so that's why I haven't put a number on it. It's about 90 million from.
Yeah, so that then would have an impact on other loan funded projects. So
no.
We're trying to make sure we can implement your resolution. So what Ben's saying is there may not be enough money left in IAF after you've allocated what you want to allocate to Turret Road, 15th Ave, Welcome Bay. So IFF, sorry, not IAF. So we can go away and do that, and we'll come back with what are the available envelopes of funding in those buckets based on the decisions that you've already made and what's remaining in them that could be used, as long as that constraint's understood. We can report back on that.
Are you happy with where it sits now? Nick, are you happy?
Understandings there, we can do that, yes.
So do you wish to speak to this, Mahe?
Yeah, so I guess, again, it comes back to delivery. We can sit around and talk about this forever, or we can actually start delivering things. This, is this money, well, the IAF money, potentially, if we don't deliver anything, we lose it. So I guess in that respect, it's trying to utilise that. The key things here is we've actually got to, rather than say this is what we want and this is what it costs and we can't afford it, we've actually say, well, here's the money we've got. Let's see what we can do and deliver. And again, talking about Cameron Road and the current budget at $40 million a kilometre, that is a hell of a lot of money, to deliver. And I just, it surprises me that we can't deliver things for a reasonable cost. And I think we've got to go away and have a look at that and say, let's start from scratch. Let's not look at what we've done before, but how can we deliver a road? And I think 90 million or even 100 million to deliver 4 kilometres of road, is actually quite reasonable. Obviously we've got stormwater and things to do as well, but what does 90 million get us? What can we deliver within that, rather than sitting back and saying that we're now going to deliver something else. So that's very much my steer here is we've got to do something differently. We're not relying on NZTA co-funding in this example. We have options as well with regional deals that we can potentially get a contribution to this, but I think we've got to take it upon ourselves and start doing things that are going to improve our city. And to me it's all around delivering, and that we don't want to lose that IAF funding.
Just a quick question around the Cameron Road Stage 2 business case. Has the reworked business case been endorsed by the NZTA board?
No, not yet.
And we'll need that endorsement to get the IAF funding?
No.
No. No. Thank you. Councillor Taylor, you should speak to.
Just like to endorse everything that the Mayor's just said. Looking at this from the amount of money we have to spend and what we can get for it, I think is the right approach. I also look at the fundamentals of why this project was put in place, which is intensification for the Te Papa Peninsula. And it is still valid, no matter what happened in Wellington 2 years ago. The logic behind this project is still there, so fully support it.
Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, I support the Mayor and the comments from Councillor Taylor. I suppose while we are losing some central government funding, there is the opportunity to see what we can do, largely being in control of it ourselves. So I support.
Anyone else? Councillor Crowther and then the Deputy Mayor.
Yep, I'm happy to support this and support sort of intention behind it. I would suggest that a couple of the little fish hooks that could be there. One is to make sure that if we can't wangle in value for money in the sense that we get a cheaper price, that we don't sort of sugarcoat that when it comes back to us. I would hate to think we have a repeat of Cameron Road Stage 1 where we end up spending 3 times as much as we thought. It'd be better to know upfront we can't do it, or that we're going to have to pay twice as much as we think, or whatever it is. Notwithstanding that, I really hope the Mayor is right and we can deliver something of great value for money for that price. The other thing is the IFF. My understanding is we can get 50 mil for 15th turret, but more importantly, to keep in mind, if we get the connecting Mount Wanganui or Hewlett's sub-area thing, we can get 110 mil of IFF for that. So I think we've got to have a matrix that looks at which are our priority projects. The 3 of them are there. One of them is almost certainly going to get NZTA approval. Another one might factor into a bigger conversation, connecting Mount Wanganui. And then we've got this. So it's a matter of weighing up very carefully where we put that IFF funding and for staff to present us very clearly with all the options for that IFF. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
I did just Google what is the average cost of constructing roads in New Zealand. In December 2024, it says they range from $1 million to $5 million per kilometre. So just somebody's looking at a bit cheaper roads than we might be.
Any other comments? But I'd just like to support the comments made by the Mayor and Councillor Taylor. With our roading is one issue and our housing is another issue, and Cameron Road Stage 2 does focus both on the road and housing and intensification of housing. So anything that we can do to promote infill housing, to me, we need to look at very, very closely and promote. So now that we have a motion on the floor, all those in favour, say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is carried. Thank you very much, staff. I now propose that we have a 10-minute break. I'd like to see everyone back here at 11:05, and we will continue. Thank you. Okay, can everyone take their seats and we will continue with item 8.3. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will continue. Item 8.3, major transport projects update. Nick and Chris to present. Nick to open.
Happy to hand over to Chris straight away. We've touched on the two out of the five in some depth today, so I'll just leave Chris to report back on the other three.
Yeah, third and final from me today. So this is a regular report. We're not seeking any decisions as part of this update report, but this is regular on the 5 key major transport projects. As Nick mentioned, we've already discussed Cameron Road Stage 2 and 15th Ave to Welcome Bay today. This provides an update on Papamoa East Interchange, which construction is progressing really well out there. We are looking at opportunities at the moment of how we can potentially open some of the eastbound connections into the Papamoa East area sooner rather than later, and trying to work with the NZTA around that. There's key dependency there around interaction with the Tauranga Eastern Link and some of their decisions around tolling and enabling us to effectively open that. The other key projects, connecting Mount Maunganui, council previously endorsed the business case last year. That one is currently, we're anticipating NZTA board will be reviewing that indicative business case February, March this year, just waiting to confirm the final date of that, and proposing to report back to the March committee meeting on that in terms of potential options for next steps for connecting Mount Maunganui. And also just note that at the next committee meeting, NZTA are planning to present on plans for the Western Corridor, which includes an update on the State Highway 29, State Highway 29A Road of National Significance project, as well as the Tauranga enabling works as part of that update as well. But other than that, propose to take the report as read. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Mayor May, question?
Yeah, just on the PEI, Papamoa East Interchange. Don't like those. Where are we at with that? I've been out there. I've had a look. It doesn't seem to be any impediment to actually opening the. I think if you open the on-ramp and the off-ramp, there could be some issues, but just opening the off-ramp, it seems like it's fairly doable. So you talk about NZTA, but where are we at in that process? You know, what do we have to do to get it open? Because I just see it as a win for everyone to open that, and further to that, are the contractors, are they on board with doing that?
Yeah, so from a construction perspective, the contractors are on board. We think from a construction perspective, there is still a little bit of work to do out there, just in terms of finalising lighting and the asphalting and barriers. And one of the key components will be confirming a safety audit before any opening happens. So that's a key component that we would need to schedule in. We do think from a construction perspective, from I don't want to put a date on it, but from around the middle of this year, we would potentially be able to open that eastbound off ramp from a construction perspective. We're engaging with NZTA on that. it's still a work in progress in terms of getting some clarity and certainty out of their support for that early opening outcome at the moment, and so I can't provide too much more of an update other than we're trying to work with NZTA around that at the moment, and we've put forward what we believe is doable from a construction perspective and seeking their feedback on that from a support.
If you had that approval now, how long would it take us to, we've got, you've said there's some steps to go through. Like if we said today, NZTA said, yep, all good, how long is that?
By July, August, so 4 to 5 months, I'd suggest we'd be able to open that off-ramp from a construction perspective if we got the support.
Okay, so it sounds like we need a letter to NZTA to hurry them up, so thank you.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Is the primary objection around using the road without and heading west without tolling? Is that the primary objection from NZTA? Because I contacted Tom Rutherford about it in December. He's now contacted the Minister of Transport about it. It seemed favourable, but now that it's gone upstairs, there may be some inertia going on in there.
I'd say that there's not an objection to it at the moment. What we're trying to do is, I guess, just get some clarity and some feedback. So there's no one saying, there's at the moment, we're not advised that anyone's saying, no, you can't do this. We're just trying to work through the channels around support and endorsement, noting that early opening wasn't originally part of the construction and delivery plan. We were originally just proposing that the interchange would open as a whole once the full interchange is complete.
Brief supplementary
to the Mayor. Would you be comfortable in writing that letter to the Minister of Transport to get things going? I can send you some of the background stuff that's gone through. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's good leadership there.
Councillor Taylor.
I noticed in the report we're talking about the roundabout at State Highway 29 Kawerau Drive opening in later in the year. Has anyone done any work on what the likely ramifications of the rat race that might happen, people trying to circumvent the highway going through the industrial area? Or is that rat run apparently is the correct term?
So from a construction perspective, it certainly won't be encouraged as a detour route along Kawerau Drive, but acknowledging that, as you say, we do anticipate there will be potentially some traffic that elects to go around. It's not a short route, noting it is a little bit circuitous through the Tauranga business estate. We haven't undertaken detailed traffic modelling around that, but there has been some high level assessments undertaken, and we don't. It's something that we'll continue. Intention is we'll continue to monitor it. If it does become a network disruption, then there's opportunities to try and further encourage not detouring via that route. But it is the network will look to balance itself out as the construction progresses, and certainly for heavy vehicles and heavy traffic, we'll certainly be looking to make sure heavy vehicles don't divert through the Tauranga business estate.
Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just commenting on, like, obviously there's a tail up, comes out of Tauranga, goes right through. So I could see people wanting to try and get around that. So I think it's something we probably need to give some consideration to. What are the options if it does start happening?
Mayor.
Sorry, going now completely to a different subject, back to Cameron Road. I just interested in Cameron Road Stage 1, about how long that was, what we paid per kilometre for the roading stuff, and then what are the differences between stage one and stage two as to the increase in costs?
Oh, yeah, you might be able to comment on that, Jason, high level, but in order to make a comparison with what's transport and what's waters and those sorts of things, I think that's probably better we take that away and put together a full list of either in comparison, but you might be able to comment high level.
Yep, we can do that, Nick. We can forward that back to you. But at the moment, with regards to stage one, we're just in the process of actually completing that project from a DLP. It's just been through the defects liability period for the last year. And today is its close off and final accounts that are actually happening. That project has topped out at 110, as you know. And that's where we are at the moment, which was part of transport and part of waters as well.
And that's approximately 3 kilometres long?
Yeah, approximately 3.2.
So sorry, what's the, like we're talking, if we look at the budgets high level, and I'm appreciative we'll get the detail, but 110 for 3 kilometres, we're talking 200 plus for 4 kilometres. Like what are the big ticket items that are driving that difference between the two bits?
Just a point in time more than anything. That was a number of years ago when we started that project, and in today's monies, obviously there's been increases on a number of items, whether it be plant, materials, etc. That's what's driving the majority of that.
Thank you. Look forward to those figures. Thanks.
Do we have any more questions of staff? No, well, thank you very much for the report, much appreciated. We now have a motion for us. Anyone happy to move? Councillor Taylor's happy to move. Do I have a seconder? I am happy. Oh, Mayor. Mayor's happy to second. Councillor Taylor, do you wish to speak? No. Mayor, do you wish to speak? No, it's a comment that there's a very well written update. Thank you very much. We have a motion on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. That is carried. Moving along. Item 8.4, quarterly update, growth, land use planning, transport strategy projects for February 25. Christine and Andy. Christine, do you like to open?
So this is the second of these. I think we provided the first one shortly after you were became councillors. So we do this quarterly report, just giving an update on everything that's really happening in the growth, the land use planning, transport sort of strategy space, and including what's happening at a national level in terms of government policy direction or government legislation. We had undertaken to give you some information about Māori land, Papakāinga housing, and that's incorporated into this quarterly report. So quite a lot of information on that. And the development trends report, which is something we do on an annual basis together with Western Bay, which we've provided some summary information on that as well. So I'll hand over to Andy. He'll work through some of the key items, and then we're happy to answer any questions on any of the detail that's within the report or the attachments.
Morning. There's a fair amount of information in here, so I'm happy to go through it how you'd like. What I propose is just to talk to the key updates which are in the cover report, just work through those one by one, and take any questions as you have them, and then take any further questions you might have on the various attachments, particularly the more detailed attachment, if that works for you.
Yes, that is fine.
Okay, I will start with the greenfield planning projects. So this is looking back those last sort of 3 or 4 months. So we've made significant progress there. The Tauranga Business Estate Plan change is now fully operative. The Upper Ohawiti private plan change for residential development is in its very final stages. So decisions have been notified. The appeal period ends next Monday. At this point, no appeals have been received, and if no appeals are received, we'll be able to bring a report to you to make that fully operative. And we're just awaiting the final version recommendations out of the independent hearings panel for Tauranga West. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to report that up for decision making to yourselves in March this year, next month. And as you're aware, we've started some very initial project planning for Upper Belt Road, so a very initial fatal flaws assessment, working with Western Bay on that project as it's in their jurisdiction. No money has been spent on that project at the moment. You have approved budgets for next financial year through the annual or the draft annual plan. Around $500,000 or $600,000. So depending on the outcomes of the first stage of that, which we'll report back to you, we'll determine how that project moves forward. But it obviously very important long-term for industrial land supply in that area. And just to, I guess, cover things off in terms of projects that have gone in sort of different directions or still a work in progress with Tutumu. We're at that point of receiving valuations and having further discussions with TK14 for the infrastructure corridors and active reserve in Tutumu. And while that's sort of a month or two behind schedule, we're still envisaging that in the near future through March or April, we'll be in a position to report to Council where those negotiations are at and what direction we should take moving forward. And just to close things off, the SDP specified development project for the Western Corridor, the Minister decided not to proceed with that. So we will move forward using other traditional and new planning processes and funding tools to move development forward in that area. Any questions on those projects? I will then move forward to just talking through the fast track projects, and probably the two that are most relevant are the two that are, I guess, new or inconsistent with the smart growth strategy. So you've got the Tara Road proposal, which was that land actually acquired by the government through the Land for Housing program, and they're working with a tangata whenua partner and a developer around moving, we're looking at residential development, perhaps up to 600 homes on that land between Tara Road and the TEL. It's difficult land, and we are engaging with the developer on that project and working through the various issues, which would lead them to making, I guess, a decision on whether they are or are not able to proceed with that over the next few months. Bell Road is on the other side of where the Papamoa East Interchange is being built. So it's in Western Bay, but it's obviously right on the TCC boundary. Again, some pretty difficult land that floods, etc. And really Western Bay and the Regional Council are taking the lead of engaging with the development partners on that project, but we're taking a close interest given, I guess, that it would link into the Papamoa East Interchange and other infrastructure that TCC has or will invest in, and there'll be some funding implications and broader implications if development proceeds. There was some initial interest in connecting to TCC reticulated infrastructure, particularly the wastewater network, but there is not capacity, and there would not be capacity until such point as infrastructure for Tutumu is built, which is not even in the LTP period at this stage. You'll see slightly beyond the fast track proposal, but there is a confidential attachment around another development proposal, which is sort of out in the Welcome Bay area. So if there's a need to talk about that, we can go into confidential at some point later in the meeting. But it would be good to get some guidance around just the general direction that we've set out and the key issues that we've identified for that project. In terms of Plan Change 27, that deals with flooding from intense rainfall and ensuring as the city develops, redevelops and intensifies, those issues aren't magnified any further. We're at a point where all the appeals have been resolved with the relevant appellants, and we have an agreed way forward, which is sitting in front of the Environment Court to consider and hopefully approve. So what we're waiting for is what's called a consent order from the Environment Court,
once that comes through, we'll be in a position to report to you to make that plan change fully operative. So we're anticipating that is not very far away at all. I'll just skip over smart growth. I don't think we need to talk to that. As we know where things are there, there's not been a lot moving over the last 3 or 4 months. Now that the implementation plan for the strategy has been approved. I'll just move on to the Maryland development piece, and Stacey, the manager of the Takawanga area, if she's here, might have had to duck away. Oh, sorry. Would you like to come and join me, Stacey? So this is, as Christine mentioned, a response to a number of queries and questions that we've had from yourselves around, I guess, what's happening with the development of Maryland. Why is more of it sort of not happening? Just broadly trying to understand it a wee bit further. I'll just talk briefly to it, and then I think I'll hand over to Stacey to talk further. But the Maryland resource within Tauranga is quite significant, and that's detailed in the report along with some maps which are in the attachments. A lot of that land is in the rural parts of the district, so it's not zoned for urban development. It doesn't have urban services, and hence that creates, I guess, some of the issues. But from the perspective of my team being in charge of, I guess, the city plan and the planning provisions, we have specific provisions for Papakainga development, both in urban and rural areas, so largely enabling of that to happen. In some areas, there are some limitations created by the planning rules. For example, in Bethlehem, in the Hangarau area, there's a limit of 50 homes until urban services are available. So we're looking at whether we can stretch that and whether some planning rules need to change through a plan change process as a result. So where the planning rules are an issue, we will certainly investigate and work closely with the various Maryland trusts and iwi and hapu to resolve those issues. I think probably let Stacey talk to this, but the issues around Maryland development go beyond, I guess, issues associated with council. There are broader issues with just the challenges of the tenure of the land, the need for everyone to come together to agree to work through Maryland processes, and just the resourcing and ability to, I guess, borrow, which is challenging on multiple own Maryland. And you'll see just from the statistics that are in the report there, around only about 200 homes have been delivered on Maryland over the last sort of nearly 25 years. I have pulled out my team has pulled out the more recent information. So last year, 12 building consensus for 2024 for 14 dwellings. And I understand at the moment there's one building consent for a single dwelling that's sitting within the system to be processed. So with that said, I might just hand it over to you, Stacey, to provide some more information. Sorry?
You.
Oh, yeah.
Morena koutou. With regards to Māori land, that is the most recent update, and the way that council helps, it's really twofold. In terms of the Tauranga Wainga, our alignment is directly with the Rangipu priorities of having Māori, multiply owned Māori land enabled for housing. As was mentioned, it is quite a process which we've started to talk to you about, but in essence, it's bigger than just delivering outcomes. It requires a really long process, just as it would with any trust, to get consensus on the land and the vision for that block. That is something that requires landowners to come together, which has time and procedural constraints based on the way that land is held with their trust document. At that stage, they also need to come to consensus about what the vision is for that land, and then move it to a place of pre-planning to a point where council can actually pick it up and do something with it. I raise that because, in essence, that part and portion has not been funded by national government or our council, so it's outside of the control of in which council can participate. To that end, we do have a papakainga advisor who the investment really is at the infrastructure stage in terms of getting that readiness. That means it misses 3 vital steps prior to getting to that point and having whānau trust collectivise their vision, put it onto paper and bring to us something that is ready for investment. So that is a struggle. On top of that, as mentioned, there has been the development contributions. It looks like a big number, but actually it's in the form of a grant, which is a max capacity by policy of around 30K. It is on a case-by-case basis, and the idea is that it's staggered over a number of years. The reality is that if there are 20 houses that are prepared and come together as a cluster for us, that is used up immediately. So in terms of timelining, 20 houses over the next 6 years, it's still a challenge for us to unlock that development contribution. On top of that, as was said with the collective ownership, that investment chews up really quick when they have to move to the next stages. There are a number of projects that are summarised at point 25. Those homes, all of that work, even though you get a summary snapshot there, under that, there's a ton of work and backwards and forth that has been held between our team, Te Pautaka Wainga, along with our papakainga advisor, and more detail, which is by and large in kind, and very generous at that, because it hasn't been funded. So under that, while that's a snapshot, the reality is that this is roughly 15 to 30 hours a week that is untapped in terms of being funded. So that is a challenge, because we're at capacity and bottlenecked in that space to help more than we can without investment. The request has been made, and it's an aligned strategy with Te Rangapu and smart growth to see how we can unlock some of that. There's assistance that has been looked at through a collective forum, Te Araro Tangata, and that also, however, that form is not quite ready yet, and they have a little bit of funding there available for a coordinator for the whole area, but it still won't meet the outcomes that we need in the time of urgency. Can I take any direct questions?
Councillor Baker. Kia ora, thank you. I appreciate you guys responding to probably 80% of those are my questions and putting a really nice thorough report together. Massively appreciated. So looking at the breadth of work that we do in this space, and how little, I guess, the tangible outcomes our people are experiencing in terms of the infrastructure and actual houses or people in homes, have we considered changing tact? Because as I read it, it looks like we go far and wide with a sprinkle of salt rather than quite a concentrated effort in one point at one time and then kind of move like that. And have we looked at what that could potentially do to enable more infrastructure and housing development? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So as far as I can comment into coming into office, there has been a lot of work done to work deeper with the Rangapu on prioritising a cluster-based approach by workshop, and we're working with the housing team internally for that. There's also an avenue through the Rangapu to fund specific workshops, so those who are ready can come together at a iwi hapu, because the part that misses here is that we also directly engage with Māori land trusts, and they're the collective, so there needs to be a forum for them to come together and be prepared. So there's an approach that we're working on about getting those clusters, for example, those out towards Kaitemako as a cluster of 5, 6, those out towards Hangaro and Wairoa, can they come together and do that work so that there's better value for money from our end, but also they can share on the knowledge and wisdom from each other's experience. So there is more of a mana whenua-based, cluster-based approach.
Thank you, Stacey. Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Stacey. Just a couple of things. On graph on point 23, very confusing. So just so I've got it clear, that blue line is a cumulative builds. So we've got 193 is the total over that period.
Yeah, so the sort of, I don't know, what is it? The purple colour is the per annum.
Yeah, okay.
And the blue is the cumulative, working from 2000 on the right to 2023 on the left. It might have been easier to read if it was the other way around, because time, yeah.
I got quite excited seeing the blue lines, but obviously it's not as exciting as it looked. And then, sorry, additional question. Hangarau has an issue around sewage, and the pipeline that came from Inlet Views 20 or 30 years ago is not up to capacity to hook into. Is that something that we would look at if we're putting pipes in now, if they're passing a marae, that we, or through the, sorry, not just the marae, but the Maryland, that we would upsize those?
The normal approach is that an area like that, that whole part of Bethlehem would have been structure planned so that it all could be urbanised and developed, and that was certainly the plan. Obviously something's happened here where one development sort of leapfrogged and built its own infrastructure, probably at a minimum cost and therefore a minimum size, but there will be a plan to ensure that those areas can be serviced in the future and be fully developed. It's just, I guess, a timing of when that infrastructure happens. I think more recently we've gone through and sewered a lot of the more rural marae, and that's provided some opportunities for other development around the edges as well, for example, in the Matapihi area with the Southern Pipeline.
Councillor Shaw, do you have a question for Stacey?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Taylor sort of asked the second one around sort of piggybacking and the opportunities once these things become other developments or other initiatives are occurring, that we can piggyback on those, I suppose, and potentially do some enabling works. Just on the numerous barriers, obviously 225 years isn't a big number. Is there any one thing, Stacey, that really stands out as the predominant barrier to why we can't deliver better in this space?
Thank you for that question. It's a multifaceted approach. So of course, there's the infrastructure barrier and the access to roads and water. The other one is that capability, that readiness of them to bring that proposal, which is currently unfunded. Another element is the resource contribution. There are multiple things which I can put to council in a written form that would enable and activate that. I think something that's important that I'd like to just pick up on here as well is their capability or capacity to respond. So these obviously intersect with transport, with water, with the numerous volume of emails across council that go to what's really the chair/secretary, probably auntie of them or committee member of the marae. So the capacity to respond is small. Something that would be useful in that space that has been messaged to us from mana whenua has been to resource that and give predictability to that resource on an annual way, so that that person has the capacity and we can get a faster response from mana whenua. And that person would also have that delegated responsibility. There would be some measures needed between us to work out what our expectations are and outcomes by when, but that would go away and enabling them to have a dedicated person to prepare and respond.
Councillor Baker, with a supplementary, is it?
Thank you, Your Reverence. I purposely didn't ask a question on the last one, so I could save it for this one. Thank you. I do have a few more, but I'll ask just the one, and then I'll fire through any additional questions later. In terms of what we put out for costs and infrastructure for new housing development for new spaces like Ohauiti, so we've got potentially a 300 plus property, 300 home, use your English, bro. Area prepared potentially for Ohauiti, is that correct? Geez. And then we've got 512 homes able to be built potentially across the 5 different sites on point 25. What's the financial difference in infrastructure costs if we were to enable that for the 5 spaces as opposed to like Ohauiti? Am I making sense with my question?
I think so. I don't have at hand the infrastructure costs associated with those 5 areas. So we could look to see if that was available. Obviously the infrastructure costs of those large greenfield areas are pretty significant, but we tend to be working on the basis where the majority of those costs are now directly developer funded. So it's not necessarily comparing apples with apples, but we can come back with some more information.
Any more questions for Stacey around Maori housing, Maori development? Thank you very much, Stacey. Let Andy carry on.
Find my place. So moving on to the government reforms. Now, look, we brought you I think it was maybe last Monday, a submission on the resource management bill, and we talked through where the RM reforms were at. So I won't go into that in any detail again, except to say that they're going a little just slightly slower than we anticipated, and we're still waiting to understand what their timeframes are moving forward. I would just mention in terms of our submission, which is relatively technical in nature, that we have been invited to speak to the select committee. And so we're just anticipating to do that at a staff level, but if there's any interest at an elected member level, we can discuss that separately to this meeting. In terms of the other reforms, there's certainly some significant funding reforms that are upcoming that we're waiting announcements on. And that probably links quite heavily into some of those greenfield projects and some of those unfunded costs that we have in our LTP, and the ability or not to move some of those projects like a Tutumu or a Keenan Road forward. So that's going to be an important space to watch over the next few months. And when things move there, we will be assessing and reporting to yourselves. And just in terms of the other one I wish to mention there around sort of road pricing, time of use pricing, the government has introduced a bill to enable local authorities to introduce those schemes across their cities. That bill will be referred to a select committee, and the submission process is likely to start in the next probably sort of 1 month or two's time. So that links back to some previous work we did on what was called the smart trip pricing proposal. And so we'll be seeking, I guess, your advice on the position we take in terms of that bill. But largely that bill is enabling, and it provides quite a wide range of options around how pricing might work if a council wish to proceed down that route, but also powers for the minister to compel councillors to do so if that minister at the time wished to do so and a council did not. So that's an interesting space. Let's move on to the development trends report, and I also have Jane. Wave out, Jane, in the back of the room there if any technical questions come up. But the development trends report, smart growth report that has been done probably for at least 20 years now. It's a monitoring report, so it's backwards looking at what has been happening in that development space, subdivision, building consents, population growth, etc. over the last 12 months. Yeah, its purpose is really sort of to show what has been happening rather than to, I guess, get your crystal ball out and look at what that means for the future. But nonetheless, we've drawn, I guess, some conclusions there. So there's just some key information that's shown in the report, which is, I imagine, not news to you, but it shows that both for dwelling consents and subdivision consents, for housing and other activities, levels are very low, or were over the last 12 months, and that's the 12 months to the end of June 2024. And they will certainly have been declining over the last few years. to a level that is sort of probably similar to where we saw during the global financial crisis or the aftermath of that around about 2010. So building consents for new homes in Tauranga probably dipping to under 500 new homes per annum, compared to an average of over 1,000 homes over that sort of long-term trend. Very similar in Western Bay, what's been happening, and we've provided some information in the report to compare against other regions, and what we're experiencing in Tauranga is very similar to, say, Auckland, to the Waikato, to Hamilton, to those areas as well. So we're not out of step, and it's obviously to do with the state of the property market and the economic market, the economic cycle. So what you'll see, I guess, from the table in figure 2 is that this is not, I guess, unprecedented. We've been here before with very low levels of development, and you come out of that as the economic cycle, I guess, improves, and it is likely to pick up again, probably slowly over a period of time. These cycles do take quite a period of time, normally 7 to 10 years, that sort of thing. What we have been seeing with the development that has been happening is very much a drive to smaller, more affordable homes. Section sizes are getting smaller. The square metre size of homes is getting smaller. The number of bedrooms on average is getting smaller. The number of two-storey houses is getting greater as section sizes get smaller, and they're trying to squeeze the house onto a smaller piece of land. And more intensification is happening. So as a proportion of development, more is happening in our established parts of the city than the greenfield parts of the city. And the intensification market has stood up probably a little bit better than greenfield. Obviously, greenfield has a lack of supply at the moment. And also intensification has been boosted by the Plan Change 33 provisions, which make it a lot easier to consent new intensification. Most of the intensification is in your two-storey terraced houses. I don't think there was a single apartment that was consented over the last 12 months. And we'll talk more about that when we get to the feasibility workshop item later in the report. So that's, I think, a decent summary of the development trends. So I'm happy to take any questions on that piece.
Questions, carry on, please. Oh, Councillor Taylor.
Just a couple of more items to work through. In terms of the Housing Equity Fund, and perhaps Christine, you might be a little bit better to speak to this one, or would you like me to?
So the previous council invested in the Housing Equity Fund, and I think we've distributed some information to you by email that gives the background of the fund and what it actually does. So the first call has been made. So the Tauranga Community Housing Trust is proceeding with an investment, and so that total project is about $3 million. So we've been asked to put our first call into that so that that project can get up and going, and there will be reporting that comes from the Housing Equity Fund back through council as an investing shareholder that we can provide to you when that starts to come through.
Quick question, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, fantastic to see this going to elder and disability housing. Can you clarify, I mean, this is a relatively small amount initially, but in terms of the formula or the way that decisions are made around what TCC contributes for projects compared to the other partners, how that's worked out, and what the return on investment is likely to be, not so much from this project on its own, but I'm still struggling to understand, are we talking about a good financial return on investment, or are we talking about a social return on investment, and which has implications for central government's recent comments along those lines?
Perhaps if I start with the return on investment, so it's both. So it's got a return on investment. I'm trying to remember. I think it's about 4%. So it's less than sort of what you'd be able to invest in if you got straight going for a financial return. So it's trying to balance getting a level of financial investment return, but also it must deliver in that social affordable housing space. So it's achieving both of the objectives is what it's set up to do. In terms of the split, so each of the shareholder partners have got a proportionate shareholding, and each has got a different geographic area that they relate to, and so that impacts on who's called for which projects and how much they're called for. Yeah. So TCC is strictly limited to Tauranga City Council. Bay Trust is obviously far broader, and TEC sits somewhere in the middle.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. You answered one of those questions. Thank you, Christine. So just in terms of, is this 20 apartments in one area, and do we know where that area is?
Yes, my understanding it is, and I'm not sure if it's public, so I won't say the specific location, but it's in the Te Papa Peninsula Intensification area. So.
Mayor.
Sorry, Andy, going back to the variable road pricing, is the intention that that would go to local authorities or centrally?
Do you mean in terms of the revenue? Yeah, my understanding is that would all be developed as part of each road pricing proposal, and it's likely to be a mix of affecting both the state highway network and the local roading network. But I think the intention is that, yeah, some, if not all, of that revenue would come back to local government. Nearly there. Just 2 items to go. In terms of you'll recall that we made a submission to the TNL, the NZTA TNL tolling proposal. And that submission was not particularly, I guess, persuasive in terms of the outcomes that were determined through NZTA and then the minister, with the tolling proposal effectively being, I guess, approved as proposed, with a slight lengthening of the peak morning and afternoon tolling periods where the toll payable is higher, I guess, which would have the impact of potentially pushing more cars back onto that local network through Bethlehem. What we did once the decisions were released is we actually went and sought via NZTA some further information about how our submission had been considered, whether they had, or to what level they had assessed the issues that we raised, and then how those issues had been reported up through the various decision-making channels. I guess what we've found, and we've been advised that they are going to provide even some further information to us over the next sort of week or two, is that it doesn't seem like a lot of attention was paid to our submission or some of the points that we have raised. And this is probably quite consistent with the submissions that were made by the other local councils at Western Bay and the region. And so there, I guess there's a sense of frustration about the process and the outcome. This has been picked up through the Regional Transport Committee, where they are seeking to further engage with the Minister or the NZTA board, just to, I think, communicate that, you know, we're not particularly happy about how this has worked out, and can you explain some of these things a little bit further? And I guess we're just bringing this to your attention, probably to determine whether there is anything we want to do further in this matter. I mean, it would seem unlikely that they would revisit their decision at this stage of where they've got to. And I guess, you know, we're looking to work collaboratively with the government on other initiatives, other funding that we need, city deals, etc. So I guess it's just, yeah, we've in engagement with the other councils who are looking to take this further, and we're just trying
determine what the TCC position should be.
One further point on that, in terms of the local road, the current state highway changing to local road, it could be a relevant factor in terms of negotiating around that as well, because our view is there's more state highway traffic's going to remain on that road because the tolling levels are so high, and that state highway traffic cost impact shouldn't go to the ratepayer. That we should be negotiating somewhat of a different package. So, you know, the signals that we send now might be important in those conversations, which is why we felt we should also bring it to your attention.
Councillor Taylor, question.
Thank you, Christine. I think you read my mind there. Can we refuse to take it back?
You know, I don't think so. No. Yeah, it'll be part of a negotiation, but with regards to the strategic network, which is what NCTA claim to manage across the country, they only want one route. And there has been instances in the past where you've said thank you, but no thank you, but not been able to carry that through. So it'll be very unlikely.
Just one further point, that can we at least have a minimum level of service to the road to make sure that it is current and fit for service before they flick it back to us?
Yeah, so that'll be part of the negotiations as well. Yeah, and that's the most recent example, relatively local, is the Te Puke, the Tauranga Eastern Link, and then how that negotiation was done in order to make the throughput through Te Puke most suitable to the volume of traffic and the amenities through that centre, etc. And that was all part of the negotiation. And there's two parts basically. You negotiate a wad of cash to do it yourself, or you ask them to do it for you before it's handed over.
Thank you for that. Next item, Andy.
Cool, I'll just finish things off. And at the end of the report there's a little section on outstanding actions. So just making sure that you know that we haven't forgotten those things. So there's still reports to come around Mount North and development contribution timing. And they're just waiting on various sort of government reforms and a little bit more understanding so we can bring something informed to you. And then there was a request coming out of a session we had where it became apparent that infrastructure funding and delivery was a key constraint to enabling housing to happen. And you asked for a memo on interim and temporary servicing options. I understand that memo was circulated out possibly on Friday. It should be with you via Stella. And I would be happy to take any feedback that you have on that at the appropriate time.
Right, this is questions from everything just covered. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. So this is a question and a suggestion. So we're talking about moving development contributions from building consent back to subdivision consent. In the short term, I think there could be some merit in looking at moving it forward to code of compliance issuing. From a builder's point of view, I think that would give them some cash flow relief in the current environment. It may enable a few houses to get built that maybe are struggling at the moment. So my question is that a feasible thing we could do in the short term that maybe assists builders to get some things across the line?
So at the moment, our payment terms are effectively when the building consent is granted, but we do enable arrangements where that can be deferred to code of compliance, where we agree that. Normally we'd charge interest across that period because it could be quite a significant period of time. One of the challenges is not 100% of buildings that are built get code of compliance. So some people might fail their code of compliance assessment, or some may not even seek to get code compliance. So there are a few issues there around using that mechanism to ensure full payment of DCs. So it's something we definitely do look at when we're approached for deferral.
One supplementary, yeah. Councillor Taylor.
It's just an extension of what you're saying. Yeah, I understand the potential issues about collecting the money, but I think it's something it's worth investigating. I ran it past the master builders the other day. We had a little session downstairs, and there was some uptake there. So I don't know how many know that there's the ability to push the payment out and get interest charged. So is that public knowledge, or is that?
But we'll assess further and we'll come back to you with some more information.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And just, I think we have to be careful. I don't know, is it 98%? Is it 2% that don't get their code of compliance? I think we have to be careful not to let the little minorities influence what. I support the suggestion of Councillor Taylor. We do want to enable, and yes, there's the bad guys that or ladies that don't pay, but I think let's not let them influence positive things happening. But my question was actually just, do you have some, I've already had some questions last week on Mount North. Is there some timing on when those two things are likely to happen, please?
You mean the two reports, the one on Mount North and the one on DCs?
So the Mount North waiting for the RMA amendment bill and changes to the national policy statement. Have we got clear?
Yes, yeah. So the RMA amendment bill, the submission period is just recently closed, and the TCC submission was recently endorsed by yourselves. Excuse me. So we're anticipating that to become law by the middle of the year. That is subject, though, to them releasing and finalising any changes to the national policy statement for urban development, and that has been delayed. We expected that we would have seen the proposed changes by now. The government are reassessing its approach to that facet of RMA reform, given the report it's received about the full replacement of the RMA. So we have at this point, no information about what the scale of that delay will mean or what might change. So I guess we can only work it from what we know at the moment, that we still anticipate it to be somewhere around the middle of the year.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question with a semicolon in the middle of it. Around Tara Road and the wastewater constraints for that proposed development, is that a trunk wastewater constraint or is it a local constraint? And then secondly, to the other side of the city, with regard to Smith's Farm access, is council's contribution there capped? Should there be any overrun on NZTA side?
In terms of the wastewater issue in the Eastern Corridor, that is a trunk wastewater issue. It's the same issue that Tutumu faces, that effectively the network between Papamoa East and the treatment plant is at capacity. We're investing in parts of it, as you know, like for example at Opal Drive, but there's other aspects of that network, for example, the size and condition of some of the pipes that need replacing or being additional pipes being built to enable more wastewater to flow through there. In Smith's Farm, our agreement with NZTA had a fixed amount that was adjusted only by effectively the escalation, the inflation that they saw over the period of delivery by the contractor. So we have, at the last LTP, we adjusted the budgets based on an estimate from NZTA of what the escalation was to date and was likely to be moving forward. It's probably something we could get updated. We probably need to get updated for the next LTP, but roughly the budgets that we have in the LTP at the moment should be more or less sufficient.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther.
Just on Keenan Road, which I know it's now sort of got another 500 to 1,000 more, which presumably is outside the dwellings, that is, outside the 2054 timeframe in the future development strategy. But I'm curious, like with this rollout of Tariko network ROMs, stage 3 used to be critical for getting Keenan Road off the ground. My understanding is you need to do the Barks Corner improvements to deal with wherever we're going to put roading to enable that. I'm just really wanting to look at what the scenario will be if we want to go on Keenan and we have a 2034 start of delivering houses and we actually then have to do all the work beforehand. I just don't feel we've got any visibility of what the plan is now for Barks Corner and that stage 3, which is now being delayed due to the bypass.
So presently, none of the expenditure for construction of the infrastructure for Keenan Road to commence is in your LTP. So let's say it was brought in at the beginning of the next LTP cycle in years, let's say 34 to 37, you're still not going to start development until the late 2030s, 2040-ish, which would align with what we're hearing from NZTA around the construction of the various stages of the Tauranga roading improvements, including the Barks Corner component. Obviously, we're looking from a broader development capacity perspective to bring Keenan Road forward. That will obviously be challenging, but we're going to have to see what we can do there. What we've been talking, well, there's been some discussion with NZTA about their rephasing of their investment in Tauranga and what that means for releasing development. The last I heard, they were going to be undertaking some more transport modelling, and then there would be some further discussion back with staff at TCC. Also understand that it's not so much about slowing down the Barks Corner component, it's about bringing forward the offline highway component. So it might not be a whole lot different, the outcome, but I guess their timeframes aren't locked in yet. So that's just an ongoing discussion that we're waiting to have some more information to progress.
That's incredibly helpful. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Baker.
Good, thank you, Andy. Just quickly, and a question on behalf of residents of Rosedale Drive. So just looking, awesome time to refresh computer. The updates, page 55. Who's responsible for communication to these existing residents on the impacts of that kind of minor development? They're kind of not receiving anything. Is that a us thing or a developer's thing?
Probably a bit of both. We have just worked on an update to our website last week, which, if it hasn't, will be going live very shortly. We have committed that we would provide regular updates. Obviously, the project was in a bit of a holding pattern, but things have now started to move. So there is much to update, I guess. So where things are at is the two developers who are working together have started clearing the avocado orchard. They have received earthworks consent via TCC and the regional council. They're still seeking their stormwater discharge consent, and they are working on the detail of their subdivision layout scheme plan, and will be seeking subdivision consent shortly for the first stages of that development. So things are moving forward. They're planning, I guess, a standard greenfield residential subdivision, but obviously with smaller section sizes compared to what's in Rosedale at the moment. So probably more generally in that kind of 200, 300, 400 square metre range, but with some larger sections where there's building restriction lines, slopes and the like. Comms are going out directly to those who have made inquiries, and then I understand there's a bit of a group, so there's a bit of a group email things can get sent out to, and also on our website as well. So yeah, people should be well informed by the end of the week.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Baker. That's one half of my two. This development at Rosedale, is it a cul-de-sac development or will it create a through road?
The development itself will just be a cul-de-sac development, because obviously the challenge with it initially is that you couldn't access at an economically viable cost from Oropi Road or from Pukimapu Road. There may be future options for connectivity, and certainly we wouldn't want to rule those out. And I think one of the key issues faced up in those suburbs like Ohauweri and Welcome Bay is they do really only rely on one or two roads in or out. So but the way that the development itself will not have any, will just be based off Road Style Drive.
Thank you for that, Councillor Taylor.
Same project, just understanding council owns two sections and that's enabling the access. Do the developers pay for those properties? What happens?
Yeah, so TCC invested money in acquiring two properties which are rented out, have been rented out, as well as cost associated with resolving the covenant issues. Some of those costs were shared up front with the developers on the basis that the rest of the costs would be recovered when development occurs. So we're just working through formalising those arrangements with the developers at the moment.
Thank you for that. Any more questions, Mayor?
Just a quick one on the Tauranga hearing. What's the time frame for that decision to be released to the public?
So that's probably something to be determined by yourselves. Once we have received a final recommendation and we understand when council reporting will occur, we can determine what those timeframes look like and whether you see value in those being released more immediately or just with the agenda for that council meeting. But we'll brief you separately around where things are out on that.
Do you have any more questions for staff? No? Well, thank you very much, Andy and Stacey. Thank you very much for that. We now have a recommendation before us. Anyone wish to? Councillor Morris is ready for a motion. Seconder. Councillor Baker. Councillor Morris, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Baker, do you wish to speak? No. Can you put that up on the board, please? Oh. The motion is that the council receives the report quarterly update growth land use planning and transport strategy projects, February 2025. I've got two A's on my screen.
Yes, I know.
We'll have that a B. Attachment 3 can be transferred into the open when the development proposal is public and financial arrangements have been agreed between developer, Western Bay Epini District Council and Tauranga City Council. All those in favour? Oh. Councillor Correct, you wish to speak?
Sure, and it's around the tolling of the TNL. You know, at the end of the day, unfortunate that both Tauranga and the Bay of Plenty are both very strong true blue seats. So our opportunity to have much influence is very little, you know. It's unfortunate that stage 1 was funded and so the toll will be used to fund other roads, whether they be here or elsewhere in the country. Now we could say, hey, we might want to make a whole lot of noise. We could even have a hikoi and say, look, this is not fair. You know, end of the day, there was something there about the legislation, whether it allows the tolling of stage 1 to be used on other projects. But hey, that's central government. They'll just change the legislation if it doesn't currently allow. So that's not an option. There is so little we can do. And because the hikoi, given that we're so strong true blue here, we'll probably have very little influence as well. You know, they can afford to, you know, they've got strong seats there. They won't lose. They might lose a few party votes, but probably not a whole lot. But, you know, the sad thing is for the people that were looking for some relief, you know, in the existing corridor won't get it because at that level of toll particularly would, I think we'll see the majority of the current users just sticking to that road. The positive thing is it'll be a lot quicker because, you know, even if you take 10% volume off that existing road, it's going to flow a lot quicker. So that's detrimental to the toll revenue because, you know, you're providing that benefit. It'd be unfortunate if the government decided to put in place traffic calming measures to try and make that journey along this existing route, you know, take longer, and that has happened in the past, you know, to try and push cars onto the tolled route. So we'll see what transpires, but yeah, it's very unfortunate what happened there.
You have your hand up there. No. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I actually think we should be doing a media release about this, because it's a huge issue for the west of our city in particular. And I just think we do press releases when we open a park or we do all these things that, you know, have an impact on people's lives, but nowhere near the impact that this could have. And this could affect tens of thousands of people in Tauranga Western Bay every day. And it could affect our bottom line financially. It could affect a whole lot of things. And I'm very supportive of not only getting, you know, obviously we're lending support to the Regional Transport Committee, and I'm sure the Mayor can articulate our view there, but I think directly right to the new Minister of Transport and make sure that that's very clear, and then issue a media release clarifying that. And I don't think we need to have any qualms about, you know, whether it would affect our relationship with government. I presume it's a good relationship. It sounds like it's good. We're in the running for a regional deal. So I think we need to stick up for our people. And there are some factual issues that haven't been addressed, and we just want answers to those.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Kodak. Councillor Crowther. Anyone else? Right. Take the motion. Take the motion as read. All those in favour? Aye. All those opposed? The motion is passed. Thank you very much. I think this is a good time for us to adjourn for lunch. 40 minutes for lunch, back here 5 to 1, and we'll start the next item. Good afternoon, everybody. We've all had a lovely lunch break. We'll commence City Future Committee meeting this morning. Item 8.5, Residential Development Feasibility Assessment for Intensification and Greenfields. Christine and Andy with guests from Vedos, Morgan and Michael.
Come and join, guys. I'll just do a quick introduction. I'll find my notes. Just firstly to say the items focused around development feasibility, but we also have a component that's looking at infrastructure capacity focused around intensification development, so infrastructure available or not available within the city to accommodate more development. The item really comes to the committee as a result of sort of a number of questions, queries, conversations that we've had, and we understand you are having, and things like, you know, questions about can we rely more on intensification to accommodate a greater amount of growth in the city compared to, you know, the vast cost of greenfield development. What about apartment buildings? Why are we not seeing more of those? Intensification's a lot simpler because the infrastructure is already in the ground. And are some of our greenfield, you know, large scale new greenfield projects, you know, really actually going to happen, or are they just too expensive? So that's some of, I guess, the background and context to it. So in terms of feasibility, these guys will explain it a bit more. And I'll also explain why they're here with us in a second. But it's really about looking at a project, a development project from a developer's lens, not a council lens, not an end user lens, but a developer's lens, and particularly from a financial perspective. Essentially, it's all about, is there a dollar to be made? Because if there's no money to be made, the project is not going to progress from a developer. From a council perspective, that's very important because we do a lot of planning, we do a lot of investment in infrastructure, and we want to make sure that we do that in the right places for the right types of development so that we don't do a whole lot of effort only for no outcome, and the development community are somewhere else doing something different than where we're investing, and we end up with stranded assets, funding challenges, and that sort of thing. I guess the issue is that feasibility assessment's complex, and it requires specialist knowledge of development cost inputs, and that's why we've got these gentlemen here today. As they work in that development sector, they know those development costs, and so we can't do a good job of doing that work without their input. While that does come at a cost, it allows us to accurately undertake that work. And that work around feasibility is a requirement of the government, that when we do our development capacity assessments, we have to consider whether development is feasible. And it's more of a recent thing that's sort of come in the last sort of 3 to 5 years. And if that development capacity might be zoned, you might have infrastructure for it, but if it's not feasible, you can't count it towards your level of development capacity that you have available. And so, yeah, we've got the Veros team here today, and so we'll work through the feasibility part of the presentation first, and then Wally and Claudia will work through the infrastructure component after that. So got Morgan Jones and Michael Keames, and I will turn it over to them if we could perhaps get the presentation up on screen in a second. I think the idea, and obviously it's up to you, Chair, is to work through in a more informal kind of workshop fashion. So you to advise.
Are you prepared to take questions on each slide or wait till the end? Each slide?
Yes, each slide. Yeah, we've had that conversation. More than comfortable.
There's probably just some natural sections in there where 5 or 6 slides are grouped together. So we can do that. If we get that slideshow up, you'll see it on the run sheet. If we just go to the next there. So we've sort of done the intros. These guys just give you a little bit more information at the moment, but there's a section there on kind of feasibility generally, and then we dive into the greenfield, the intensification, and you can see it up there for yourself. So some other sections. So if we could possibly do questions in sections, it might let us get through it a bit faster because there's quite a number of slides.
So on that, you'll just let us know when you're at the end of each section and we'll take questions.
There's a little slide for that. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Andy, and we'll get straight into it.
Just jump on the next slide, yeah.
A really brief introduction. So I'm Morgan Jones, Managing Director at Veros. Been at Veros since I think 2017. Had the pleasure previously of working a couple of years within this organisation at the time of Councillor Morris, Councillor Kurak. So good to see you again, and also some familiar faces. In terms of my experience and background, master's degree in Auckland, 10 years in Auckland, 7 years working in Australia, a lot of residential development. Back in New Zealand now, and moved to this great place. Work for iwi organisations, landowners, probably 15 plus different local authorities across the country on strategy, property development and project delivery.
Very good. Michael Kimmy's very similar background to Morgan, been in this the development side of this business for most of my life, having grown up in with my father sitting in the similar seat to what I play. Property and development is sort of something that's, come very comfortable with me. I've been back at Veros for 12 years now, basically doing development through the Tauranga, Bay of Plenty, Waikato, in North Island now. So we're very engaged in the property and the development market. So, our experience is not just related to Tauranga, it pulls on multiple areas from around the country. And I guess that's the brief introduction. We can move on and
So we've got about 25 slides, as Andy said. They're in about 5 or 6 sections. So we're happy to take questions as we go if there's anything that jumps out. Otherwise, we'll come to these section markers and take questions at that. I mean, really, as Andy said, this is probably a feasibility 101 and an overview to give you an insight into that market side, what they're thinking about, how they invest, the decisions that they make, the risk, and a whole lot of other elements. We're going to run you through greenfield development, but also infill of townhouses, terraces, and stepping up into apartments as well, so that at the end of this, you have a full picture of what drives projects, and then also council's role and what you can do about it as well. We're having a quick chat prior, and we said, look, what we run through today, we talk about a lot of rules of thumb, but development, the reality is it's in a dynamic marketplace. So what we tell you today, there'll be elements that are wrong or have changed in 6 months' time. So it's something that you do need to keep in tune with what's happening in the market, not just the cost side, but the value side as well. So what things are worth at the end, like that, you'll constantly see reports on how much homes are worth, rentals are worth, everything else. So run you through all of that. And probably part of the other context is this city has grown largely off the back of standalone homes on sections and large retirement villages. And we've got a pretty well-known, well-traversed formula of development, but probably in the last 5 years, internationally, nationally, and locally within our city, that's starting to change now. So we're seeing new forms of development happen, and actually having a good understanding of them, what that means for infrastructure, what that means for your investment program, and so on is really, really important. So I'll start the ball rolling on our first slide. Really simply, feasibility. For something to be feasible or viable, the cost of the thing at the end must exceed more than the sum of the parts. So the land, the time, the design, the bricks, the mortar, the glass, everything else, at the end of it, your product that you sell to the market, leads to the market, the thing that you end up with must cost more, and with a premium above and beyond all those individual parts. So those 4 determining factors, and I was going to add a fifth to them, the cost, the value. So those 2 things, the cost inputs, the value at the end, the time it takes. So the time part of that's risk. Part of that's funding costs and so on as well, or opportunity costs where you can put capital into other things that provide a return. And risk is a combination of all of those. The fifth one I was going to add is sentiment. So sentiment is around confidence, which again is a combination of all these things. How dynamic the market is, how unstable it is, what else is going on, are there other things to invest in again?
The following 5 points there are some of just, I guess, the more basic understanding that have stuck with me since my time and I started in. So when I first started, the thing that was really driven into me was know your market, know your revenue, we can solve the rest. So it's really, really important that when you're looking at feasibility, that market side of it is known. At the time when we were delivering sites out at Papamoa, I could tell you the cost or the value of every section in Papamoa. That side of it is actually really, really important. You can't move forward in development without knowing your market and without knowing your development. If you're not pitching the development to the market, nothing will be viable or feasible. Your development has to be fundable for it to be market. Non-market, different drivers, different side of it. So most of what we will talk to today will be about market, because that's where the bulk of your delivery will come from. There's other elements that are non-market, like your KO, your social housing, your chips. All of those play a part, but the bulk of your housing stock will come from market. So you have to know that market-driven project. Point 6 is about non-tangible. The key with that point is developers have to be focused on numbers. There's other benefits that come with development, but they typically don't sit with the developer. That's the wider community and all of that, unless they are progressing on. So it's all factual, it's numbers, it's non-emotional, it's not, they don't get tied up into that. So it's really important to have a lens of, for it to be market fundable, deliverable, and a viable project. There's no emotion with it. It do the numbers stack up? One of the key things, and it keeps coming up in a number of these presentations that we have done with different local bodies, is around feasible, viable, and affordable. The simple way that I always look at it is something is feasible if the numbers stack up without understanding the market. The viable side of it is, does the market actually accept what you would be putting forward? So project's viable if all the costs and things add up. Is there demand there? Is the next stage. So is it viable? Is the demand there to take your project forward? And then affordable is, again, very difficult in our current environment in terms of new product delivery. And what we're talking about now is new product. It's very difficult to deliver affordable product in new development. It doesn't mean that affordable product comes in elsewhere, because everything will move, but it's quite hard to target affordable development with new product. And one thing that always comes up with us is, if something costs us, what does it actually add on to the development? And a rough rule of thumb that we always work to, $1 of cost will actually equal $1.50 to the end purchaser. So if your cost of infrastructure is, say $100,000 a lot, that'll mean that the end user has to come up with $150,000 for that same cost for it to be viable. And that's, again, just working through the markets and the numbers.
This one probably captures just at a high level. So every feasibility, like when we talk about feasibility today, we're using a lot of rules of thumb and trying to capture probably the middle market and best practice. But every investment decision, every project is really complex, and it comes down to the individual. How long have you held the land? What did you buy it for? What are you trying to achieve? How much capital have you got in your piggy bank? How many other projects have you got on? Here's a slice. If you read kind of left to right across the rows here, like different investments, who undertakes those, what the investment outcomes are that they're seeking, and what the financial criteria are. So along the top, kitchen upgrade, like this is what we just call a consumptive or emotional decision. You might spend $100,000, $200,000, whatever it might be, on a kitchen upgrade. It doesn't necessarily have to provide a return. It doesn't have to be feasible. So a consumptive decision, your outcomes are, it's got to look nice, be good for entertaining, be modern, all those things. So we step down. A lot of the decisions that you make in local government are around level of service or a need based for your community. Again, they don't need to provide a return. They don't have to, what we call stack up, but you've got your own investment decisions around what you are trying to achieve there. Now, this is where we get into the space that we're going to focus on today, probably after this one, actually. So where someone subdivides their backyard, again, different in a way. Effectively, you've got value in that little square of grass that you're trying to unlock. Your development subdivision cost, carving it off and selling it, whether you make 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 or more in terms of a net position, that's you unlocking value in that yard and returning cash to your position. And you might impact the value of your overall initial site as well. But again, different drivers. So today we're going to focus on these next three: greenfield, townhouses and apartments. There's a few metrics there around essentially what people are looking for in terms of margins. And we'll dive into that in a whole lot of detail, but it's useful just to have that starting point as a background. I'll overview this one really quickly. Why is it important? Andy's given a good context in terms of why it's important from your perspective. There's a lot of risk and cost and planning to put infrastructure to the ground and everything else. So you need to be confident that the market's actually going to deliver and pay back development contributions and undertake the work that you are anticipating. Investment and capital flows to where there's a return and proportional to the risk. So at the moment, you can put money in the bank in a Craig's Investment Partners account and super and whatever, and you'll get a return, and it's reasonably safe. As soon as you get into development, your returns are more risky, naturally, and those returns need to be greater to justify the risk. That's probably the simple part at the front end. The biggest part around development is around finding a bank who will fund the loan or the cost, the development finance for a project. There's very few people in the market that can deliver projects with full cash. There's some, you'll see some of the big national residential builders have what they call wholesale investors. So where they go and collect wholesale funding and put it in. So this is Duval, Williams, and a whole lot of others where they'll get wholesale funding from their own people and put that into development projects and provide a fixed return. What we're focusing on today is generally around the main bank funding or secondaries. So we've got the likes locally a block over from here, First Mortgage Trust Development Finance Company, over $1.5 billion that they put purely into development finance. So talking about main bank funding and also that second tier first mortgage type group as well. Their criteria, like their forms, their checks, their everything else to protect their capital. Generally, it's really exhaustive. They need things like pre-sales in place, so they know there's a takeout at the end. They need things like a contingency. They need a suitable development margin, which is essentially a buffer to protect their investment and their return on their investment as well. So I'll run you through all of that. Effectively, without some of these things, development doesn't occur.
So this next slide's all just about trying to give you an idea of where the market comes in. We all know that property market runs in a cycle. For most part, it's a 7 to 10 year cycle. The last cycle that we went through was actually quite significant. It started in 2014 and ran through to 2022 as a positive growth as part of the cycle, not the negative part of it. So typically a cycle goes through negatives and positives, but we had a positive cycle of almost 8 or 9 years last cycle, which was one of the best that you'll ever see. So you can get carried away with trying to understand or predict that will continue. We've also just got to keep in mind that that's unlikely to occur again in the near future. And different markets and different typologies will fit into that market cycle at different stages.
the graph on the right, it relates to apartments, and this is very typical in that apartments are typically only viable at the very top of the market. And in Tauranga, we see that as an 18-month to 24-month period. So you've got to go through a substantial period of growth, and then right at the end of that growth, that's when apartments will be viable. Whereas townhouses will start a little bit earlier than that, and greenfields will be your first to go. There's rules and things that go in and around that, but typically those who I guess don't rely on traditional bank funding, or they might want to put more equity in, will start earlier and can hang on longer. But typically your property cycle will be greenfield goes first, townhouses will kick in once the market is showing confidence. So that might be a year or two after growth has started to creep back into the market, and apartments right at the top. Everything else is sort of on the downside, as we've seen over the last couple of years. Nothing goes apart from non-market. You'll obviously see more non-market come in when market's down, because that's when funding from alternative areas, government tries to kick in and keep, I guess, the sector going.
Just for the next slide, we could probably skip over this other than one point is, I just want to talk about the halo effect in that second to bottom point. So what we saw in the last market cycle was a lot of our land got gobbled up for housing, and it led to high house prices here, and probably a lack of supply as well compared to other areas. So what we actually saw is that halo impact on surrounding communities. People that would like to live here chose Omokoroa, Rotorua, Matamata, Morrinsville, Hamilton, Whakatane, Queenstown, other places. So it's probably just acknowledging that we're in a competitive marketplace, that there's some people that have to live in a certain location and they will buy into that market or rent in that market and get an outcome in that market. But otherwise, a lot of people can choose elsewhere. So there is a ripple on what we do locally. If we don't have the housing, the infrastructure, the land and the viability that supports new housing, there will be people that choose to go elsewhere. So just capturing probably that wider picture.
Probably the only other one there is that waterfall effect, is either a waterfall effect or staircase effect. Is if you deliver product at the top end of the market or at the high end of the market, you typically will see everyone else move up and affordability comes in at the bottom. So often it's about supply, and it doesn't really matter where the supply comes in that market, everyone else will move up. So the affordability just keeps sitting in that bottom part of the market. And that's, it's just another one of those effects.
So by that you mean you're opening up existing lower cost housing for people who have moved into their second or third house for people to move in. So you're not necessarily delivering affordable housing in these new developments, but it's opening up that existing stock for others.
Again, we'll just skim over this. Like you've got a copy of the slides, and I suggest you print these off and run through them at a later date. But it's probably just acknowledgement of development. All the players involved. There's a list of most of them, not all of them. It's not exhaustive, but most people get paid monthly in arrears once they've done their work. They sit in the middle there. There's a whole market that's geared up to deliver that. A lot of them are hurting at the moment or focusing on other things because there's not the volume of development occurring in the market. Probably just the top end, who gets paid at the front end, council gets some regulatory fees and consent fees at the front end, but probably at the back end, these are the people that don't get paid unless you get to the finish line. So you got your developer. Effectively, when you start your project, it is money out the door every month until you get to the end where you've got your sales, less GST, pay your tax, and you got money coming back in. So right before that occurs, that's peak debt, it's peak risk. A lot of things can go wrong, but you've got your developer sitting at the back end there. Generally, real estate agents sit in the same space as well, and also council. So going back to Andy's introduction, you have I guess, a vested interest in the finish line in terms of getting funding back in the door to fund the infrastructure that you've already put in place. This is just one last slide on this section. A few takeaway rules of thumb. Again, everyone's different in terms of their investment decisions and development and so on, but we've tried to condense this down to one slide just as a guide. So generally high density, higher risk, shorter feasible market window. Michael talked about maybe 18 months as an apartment window in the peak of a market, and currently that market is tough to get projects to work. So you'll see the odd investment decision that's made that might be supported by a particular, unique structure in the market or product position or whatever it might be, but that's what we're talking about there. This is a term we've used for a long time, amenity, which is where you've got value in a site or a location, generally you achieve higher prices for the end product. If you were to build a luxury apartment project in Mount Maunganui versus, say, Gate Par, your cost inputs are largely the same. Your end product in terms of value is vastly different. So where you've got amenity and supports higher values, you're likely to get more projects that will be successful and supported, is that point there. Ease of process from A to B. This is something that council do have control over, and we'll get to at the back end of this presentation. But essentially, we work in a village. We work with people right across the country that they all have a view on an experience. Someone may have a good experience or a bad experience locally with regulators, with the consenting teams, with whatever it might be, and that news travels fast. So certainly areas that have a good collaborative relationship with the development sector, so effectively rowing all in the same direction at the same time, are more likely to attract capital again. So it goes back to that regional competitiveness. Again, a rule of thumb, like Michael and I both worked in, I've worked in Auckland, we both worked in Australia. What we take from those markets, so when you go on holiday and look at different markets and different housing types, they don't necessarily stack up here or work here for our market. We've got quite a less mature market, is what I'd say, compared to metro markets. That's more geared up to standalone dwellings on standalone sections. To get people into apartments, that maturity of market needs to build. Almost you need a greater number of townhouses and terraces and so on to then create that demand at that apartment level. So it's a bit of a journey, and as a rule of thumb, we're one market cycle behind Auckland, 2 market cycles behind metropolitan Australia, which is a good guide. So have a look at what was happening in Sydney 10, 15 years ago, and you have a good idea of what we can start to push here. One thing, when you're talking to people about doing their numbers, everyone always forgets GST. So effectively what you sell something for in a residential space, got to take GST off the end of that one. There's a guide for land and a guide for different development typologies in terms of cost per square metre. You'll hear people talk about these in the market. Again, they vary from what you get, the product, the performance, everything else, but that's a little bit of a guide there. Probably the important takeaway from that table is single level homes that stand alone are the cheapest to deliver. As you step up, you get more complexity, you get more cost. And when you're talking about apartments and so on with basement parking and everything that goes with it, you're talking about a high square metre rate. So the cost increases with higher densities, which is counter somewhat to what people may think on the surface. Anything to add on that one?
No, probably just that bottom point there is often people will talk about construction cost, and it's really, really dangerous because construction cost is actually probably only 60-70% of actual cost. So you go and add 30 or 40% onto your construction cost, it's a very different number. So we're always very specific when we're talking. It's always about total development cost or total delivery cost.
Got some questions on this section?
Yes, Mayor. Just interested. Can we go back to that apartment slide? And yeah, so one forward from you just went past it.
The graph.
Yeah, the graph. Yeah, that one. So is this purely around sentiment? Because obviously you'll see where the apartments were built. Going from there, the market's up at least 40% from there, so prices are higher. yet there's virtually no apartments built. So is that just purely where we are in the cycle and rather than, because you'd think if it's the market's up 40% from when there was apartments, that there'd be a feasible.
So that data shows consenting as the blue blocks. So that's your building consents. An apartment project will generally take between 3 to 5 years from conception, site acquisition, to run through consenting, design, pre-sales, and into delivery. Consent milestone is probably halfway through that process, depending on what your consenting environment's like, how your pre-sales are, and so on. You'll see at the back end of 2007, 2008, there was a peak there. So I think you're right in that 2021 would naturally have a peak there as well, which probably captures just the lower volume of apartment projects and apartments within the market that we've had here through this cycle.
The other thing is the cost side. Back in 2007, it would have been a lot cheaper to build an apartment than it is today, right?
Yeah, so that's the other thing with apartments, is because of that lead time, your construction cost is generally locked in 24 to 18 months, 24 months ahead of final delivery. So there's a long lag in actually getting those costs back. What we do know is that 2020 site is likely to be the farmer's consent, and we all know there's a fairly significant cost inflationary period through that 2020 to 2023. So it's unlikely that apartments that were right in 2020, there's no way that they'd stack up at the moment with a 40% cost increase and probably a pulling back of value in the order of 20% since that peak. So it's going to be tough.
Through 2021, 22 was a unique environment where there's a lot of risk in the market in terms of delivery and so on. There are a lot of projects, you'd see them all in the news, the renders out being marketed that fell over. Probably a very different market to 2008, which was peaky, which was great in the build up to that, supported apartments, but probably not without the wider supply chain, world dynamic, and cost escalation going on.
We've got a lot more detail on apartments to come as well.
Councillor Kudak, you had a question?
Yes, to Andy in your introduction, you talked and focused on that word feasible. So the statutory requirements of council in terms of land supply, is that word feasible in there?
Just in the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, in terms of the requirements around assessing development capacity, whether you meet the 3, the 10 and the 30-year requirements.
And around affordability, and you mentioned the construction costs. So affordability is mainly due to the land. In cheaper areas, the land is lower value, and say the Mount Maunganui, it's not affordable because of the land price if you're building the same product. So, and what I recall historically in certain markets where the constraint has been in terms of development feasibility, it's on the underlying value of that land, because land is quite elastic. Apart from the underlying value, if it's a high yield horticultural land or whatever, that stops or makes development not feasible. So currently out there with the bigger parts of Greenfield, are those constraints very real at the moment, or they're not so much of a problem than they used to be? I'm just recalling the past.
We pick up the land price issue in the Greenfield section. So we'll go run through that, and if you've still got a question at the end, we can pick it up then if that's right. Right.
Take it around this one.
I say there's no further questions on that. So a large part of what I started out when I came back to New Zealand was Greenfield. So Greenfield and Tauranga is something that I know quite detailed. Subdivision is in Greenfield development has, over the last 10 or 12 years that I've been involved in it, has got increasingly harder. It's more regulation. There's more bureaucracy to work through. The time periods that things take have pushed out, consents we used to allow 6 months, we now allow 2 years. It's so that period of things have just got harder. The key with greenfield subdivision, and it depends on at what scale you're talking. There's a number of people who can play in that market up to sort of 20 or 30 lots. Beyond that, it becomes into the scale of the large developers. Tauranga traditionally has had a lot of, I guess, the 20 or 30 lot developers. Those opportunities are no longer there based on the greenfield and the growth areas that we have left it over at the moment. So it is going to be the domain of the large developers for the most part. Easy way to think about it is every developer will have their own set of unique circumstances to how they build their feasibility. We work on a very conservative model where we like equity to be in our feasibilities to ensure that if things go wrong, you've got cover. There's others who don't work in that same level of risk assurance, but typically greenfield is the lower risk in terms of development, because of the time frame can be manipulated, staged, and understood. The higher risk component of greenfield is that you're always dealing with the unknown of land. All the costs are under the ground for the most part, and so your risk, that's where your risk profile lies in there. Larger development, 1 or 2 stages is pretty quickly got through your bigger models, and those smaller developments, they'll work on a pure margin return profit side of it. Once you get into the bigger developments like we're going to see going forward, it's all going to be on internal rate of returns, and they're going to take a very different approach to their returns on it. Market conditions are quite readily known. 90% of transactions in property are residential. So it's quite easy to go and analyse the residential market. So understanding your market, adapting to your market is actually one way of covering your risk. And you can do that as you go along. It doesn't mean that you start at day one or at your first stage. You've got the ability to manipulate it and move it around, which is very different to your other typologies and housing outcomes. As we said, there is greenfield development. Most stages of a development will work on a 30% margin or return on cost, and that's simply because that's what the bank's funding arrangements and criteria are. Typical bank criteria ranges from about 28% to 32%, depending on the level of confidence and things. So a lot of your profit in your performance of your development is actually driven by your funding criteria. Within greenfield, it's a pretty fixed cost. I can tell you the costs from probably 5 or 6 of our developments across the country, and they're all going to be within a range of probably $300,000 or $400,000 a hectare. It's not a big range. It comes down to specification, density, and all those other bits that just tweak it. But for the most part, we're talking about $1.8 to $2.2 million a hectare for greenfield development across the country, excluding your development contribution. So that's just where some of the other little bits come in. This is probably a big one where we're seeing, and it's not solely related to Tauranga market. We're seeing it in other councils. We do a lot of development in Hamilton, same as going through there. But the growth pace for growth is related in the development contributions paying for a lot more of the upfront infrastructure, and it's having a much higher level of value inserted into the development. And at the moment, most of the land values across the country haven't adjusted to that. That'll take time, but if people have brought, or developers have brought 2 or 3 years ago before development contributions jump, you know, they might have brought it $2 million, and because of the development contributions have lifted, they haven't had the opportunity to adjust their rate or their land value, and all that does is it just stymies development. But we're all for, you know, that change has to occur. We know that development has been fast-paced, and it's left councils across the country footing the bill for growth. That just that change in adjusting the land value is just going to take time. There's no silver bullet for it. If infrastructure has to be funded up front, which it does without additional funding coming in, then the land value is the thing that adjusts. The fixed cost of everything else just move up and down. And I guess the key thing there is within the Tauranga context and the Western Bay context, it is there's only so much that we can adjust our land value if we're looking at some of our more productive land uses, typically in the horticultural area. You know, residential land for a while has not been able to compete with gold kiwi fruit. It just doesn't stack up, and with development contributions having a higher value, it's unlikely that we'll see that change in the near future. So whenever we're looking at large greenfield areas, and it includes horticultural land, we just need to be conscious that that horticultural land may not be developed because its highest and best use is actually horticulture.
Sorry, just maybe something worth adding there. Have you started to see those land values coming back, or is the market not picked that up yet?
Not yet, because most, you know, it's the same with Hamilton. They've lifted DCs, and I only know Hamilton because I've got a large project in a growth area there as well. And they're stepping their peacocks land from about 60 to 100 grand a lot over the next couple of years. And there was a large uproar from the development community who had purchased land in peacocks, knowing that it was coming in and opening up, to now having to pay for that additional lift. So they would have all bought land at a higher value than what it would be now because of the development contribution change.
Just to add well, maybe plain English, is the costs don't change. So it still costs the same to, as Michael said, to deliver the pipes, the bulk earthworks, the roads for a subdivision, and the values are sensitive. So in a marketplace where a section's worth $400,000 for a certain size section in a certain location, you can't just go and charge $450,000, $500,000 to capture that cost of DC plus margin, finance costs, everything else that comes with it. So there's a sensitivity point. So if no one's willing to buy at that value, if the costs don't change, everything has to go back to that raw land value. So Councillor Kirk, I hope that has answered your question in terms of what we've run through, and also the slide here as well.
Yeah, this is a pretty rudimentary feasibility for a greenfield development, but based on rounded raw numbers that we're actually seeing across a couple of projects.
I think the key point in there is if you look at your infrastructure cost, so that's your DC part and your local subdivision costs, your utilities, roughly 60% of your development cost, right, is infrastructure.
We've got one more slide, I think. Yeah, and this was just to give you an indication or to try and help ease or guide you through what that implication is of that development contribution. And there's examples there from Tauranga and Hamilton. But what you'll see in the Rotorua North is where I've got large development, those costs are fixed, or their development contributions of the 65 grand a lot. That was, that was land and infrastructure that's been delivered and secured probably 10 years ago now. And we're working our way through that, but they went through, Hamilton City was in the same situation. They went through their DC changes, and our cost at Rototuna went up by 5 grand or something in that sort of order. So once the contributions are locked in, it becomes a lot easier for us to manage it and deliver our development knowing what our costs are going to be. Versus with the greenfield side of it, within the Western Bay one, you'll see there the development costs or the contributions of 120 grand per lot, which is numbers that are coming through that we're expecting that the enabling works packages are in that order. But then also bearing in mind that one of the unique things, and I think it's a positive thing that TCC do, you have your local development contributions and your citywide development contribution. So you do also have to make sure that when you're looking at your DCs that you're considering both of those, because that's what relates to the likes of others. But you can, so the 120 grand or effectively the 150 grand as a DC was sort of a number there to give you an indication of what would happen. If you get to that number, your residual land value is now a negative. So, no development's going to occur versus the sensitivity of it. If it's $2 million as to where Peacock is going and targeted, your underlying land value is $1.6 million a hectare. So that's quite sensitive through that period. And so getting that number right is really, really critical.
If I just jump in there. So we haven't put any names on that new greenfield area because we don't want to pick any particular area out. But this is kind of consistent for the work we're doing on the growth areas out west, out east in the city, the big, large scale ones that we're looking at. And it's driven by the fact that new infrastructure is very expensive. And typically, these new developments aren't able to clip on to the edge of the city because the network from the edge of the city back to the treatment plant doesn't have enough capacity. So you're building right through these old brownfield areas as well. So the focus for making our new greenfield areas feasible is going to be around getting infrastructure costs down, if we can, because that's going to be incredibly important. Some of the areas are, I guess, blessed in a sense that they're not particularly high value areas. So there's quite a lot of scope for the land value to come down. If it's grazing, if it's dairy, that sort of thing. Some though are higher value kiwi fruits, so there's more challenge there. But also the fact that, as these guys mentioned earlier, feasibility changes can change quite significantly through the market cycle, driven by property prices. And if property prices go up and section values go up, there's probably going to be some point in this cycle or a cycle, whether it's a current or a future one, where values go up to a level that can support these higher infrastructure costs anyway. So I think one of the key takeaways is we can't do all our strategic planning based on a feasibility assessment for today, because feasibility is a heavily dynamic concept.
I guess probably the last point there is that if you look at the Wairaki number of 18,500 per lot for the local development contribution, it's very different to what's it is going to be going forward. So that number, that change is where that will affect land value.
Councillor Crowther.
Thanks for that. I'm interested in your thoughts on this big value capture conversation, because whether it's ministers of the Crown or Auckland Council or commissioners in Tauranga, that's always been the sort of proposed solution to solve it all. But I just can't get my head around practically how could that work in a market that we have here. So can you maybe put your hat on as if you were tasked with actually implementing that so it would work, what would you do?
I'll give you one example. If you said to Kaingawara after they bought Ferncliff Farms for $73 million, that we're going to apply value capture on your land now, the numbers won't work. Like I expect they'll sell that land this year and that they'll sell it for less than what they bought it for. So I think the theory is great. It's internationally known, but the number of live examples that have been used are few and far between. If someone can figure it out, it'll be great, but I can't see that working well and easily and simply in this local marketplace for some time until that person does.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would need a body like a government agency to probably do it. It's how it happens in Queensland. Morgan's got more experience with that side of the market, but they've been doing it for years. But effectively, you've got to have a large body who can look 20, 30 years ahead and go out and acquire land and then work through that zoning process themselves. So it's highly risky. It's not for the faint-hearted, and it's not for in my mind. It's not a local government level, but that's.
Councillor Kudak.
So that Queensland initiative, did that pay off and achieve what it thought to achieve?
Yeah, in my experience in Queensland, and to make value capture work, so I work right across the state, also into South Australia, West Australia, and New South Wales. You need bigger organisations that have bigger parcels of land. So over in Australia, you'll see listed companies like Stockland, Lend-Lease, and there's a whole lot of others as well that can buy a big parcel of land for a low raw value. They'll work with government around infrastructure phasing, around rezoning, around all the development metrics and phasing and so on. So you can have effectively a development agreement that achieves value capture on a one-to-one basis in that model. Again, where we'd seen it used, you have an alignment of land planning powers is probably another one. So in Queensland, Urban Development Agency, Economic Development Queensland declare areas, write planning rules, phase infrastructure and so on. So you've got a level of confidence around the delivery and also value uplift from that raw land value. I think our market here is a lot more fragmented, and also our peripheral to urban area land values here are not raw. They are either those horticultural levels, just based on where we live, which are a lot higher, or they're actually fringe urban, peri-urban type land values as well, which doesn't give you that low base to capture the value. So we're a lot closer to actually what ultimately the wholesale value is. Yeah, and large tracts of gum trees, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, just interested in your thoughts on that, because effectively isn't DCs per lot, and you spoke about peacocks, but is that not value capture? Because you effectively, if we could play with those DCs and have a bit more flexibility, that you're effectively driving the value of the land on controlling the DCs.
Part of it, if I just kick off with that, the DCs is more of a cost recovery tool, whereas the value that's created through zoning and providing infrastructure is normally much greater than just what the DC charges. Like you saw some of those values before, like 30,000 a hectare for grazing land or dairy land, up to many millions of dollars for residential land. It's the DC's only capturing a very small component, and it's just recovering the cost, not capturing any of that additional value. So it's a limited tool.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I was thinking more in going further and talking about DC levies, for example, where you can actually capture the value effectively through DCs. I understand your point that at the moment we can only recover the cost, but it seems to me that's a simple way to apply value capture is you control the land by putting a levy on it.
You can look at targeted rates as well for that sort of thing. We do have, just a note, quite a bit more content to come, so don't want to extend things too much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just some really good numbers. Thank you. So just in terms of the when you talk about greenfields, is there a minimum number of hectares that need to be there for these numbers to be appropriate?
Yes, and yes. These are taken from some of our larger developments, and it's
Larger being
50 plus. So what
Maybe
do you
30 plus. So providing you could deliver
Yeah,
one
there's-
stage of development and achieve, I was going to say 30, 35, but 50, but achieve a critical scale, a main contract, efficiencies around consenting, titling, everything else as well. Probably starting at that level, these rule of thumbs would apply. And generally those larger projects that are hundreds of lots would be delivered over stages that might be 30, 40, 50, and each stage has to stand on its own 2 feet.
okay, great. And then when you're looking at your intensity of 25, 22, 20, what determines that for you in terms of is that the market determining it or the numbers determining
Oh,
it?
that's actual.
Those are actual.
Those are actuals. Yeah,
When
yeah.
you're
So
considering it, when you're looking at a subdivision, what are the determinants for you to choose between 20, 25 or
market value, really. It's we always work back from what's the end house and land value that area could sustain. Noting that traditionally new housing product will sit above market. It has to lead market. That's just the way that it ends out. So yeah, look, we would assess the market and pitch our density at that to meet an end value. So we do a lot of work so even though we're delivering greenfields, we do a lot of work with our build partners on what the products that they're delivering before we've even gone to market.
Right.
So we know where that product's going to sit.
And last one, so I think the calculation of your per square metre per lot comes to about 65% of the actual land, is that right? And the rest is roading and other things?
Yes, that would be about right.
And so at the end of that, 35% of that hectare that isn't in lots that have sold,
Yes.
who owns it?
Ends up vesting with council.
Generally council.
So rough rule of thumb is you need 10 to 15% of land for stormwater, and about 25% for roading.
That's then
yeah.
vested back.
Vested back to council.
Okay, cool. Thank
So you get all the maintenance with it.
Yeah, I know.
Councillor
you.
Morris. Thank you. I'd love to see the back end of that spreadsheet.
No, you wouldn't.
Maybe I don't.
No, you wouldn't.
No. In terms of that spreadsheet, though, a couple of questions. Net development cost plus land. That is plus land, isn't it? That's not including land. It is plus land.
Yes.
Just confirming that. Thank you. And second thing, in that second column, new Western Bay Plenty, new greenfield areas. If the density was reduced in that column from 25 to say 20, that'd bump up the per lot DCs and the residual land value would go down, wouldn't it? But subject to market conditions, of course. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, because did there change in revenue and things as well, and what you can see there in terms of the development cost per hectare, they adjust on density as well.
Councillor Kurek.
Just thinking about the drivers for increased DCs being, say, the construction cost index, in terms of civil works, can drive the cost of DCs. But if that was similar to CPI, then that increased cost would be offset by people's increased ability or increased wages and ability to pay a higher price. Or is the construction cost index generally so out of whack with CPI that it's actually making it more unaffordable? How does it track generally construction? It's like a development construction in terms of civil works compared to the retail end? Back, or has it consistently been getting more and more unaffordable? Because, as a question I thought about earlier, and then you mentioned that in the greenfield side, of course, you've got to factor in the distance that pipe has to travel. So, of course, that DC is going to be right up there because you have to accommodate a lot more. But say in a brownfield site, I sort of hope that the cost of development in terms of what's reflected in the DC would be largely offset by the increased ability to pay for the end user. But no, well, I suppose there is also an increase in level of service that you might need more reserve land or something.
There's a number of different elements in that as well. Like if you're looking at the cost of a stormwater pipe or something like that, to deliver it in a greenfield situation is actually quite simple, cheap, well known. To go and deliver that same pipe in a brownfield situation is highly complex, highly expensive, and all of that. So there's a number of different elements that then come into the brownfield side of it that are not included within a greenfield cost side of it as well. So it's
And maybe just to add, cost and value don't necessarily track each other all the time. So that's why we have parts of the market where projects stack up a lot better and when they don't. So if we look at the market now versus 3 years ago, I'd say costs are very similar to what they were 3 years ago. So certainly as demand's dropped off, costings flatlined, in some cases dropped, in some cases gone up, depending on what you're doing. But residential values, rule of thumb from 3 years ago, we're down 15-20% on what they were. So that's why we're in a market window now where feasibility is more challenging.
A premium when buying property when the market's going like that, but the opposite occurs when it's going that way.
Correct. Absolutely. So that comes into
Being
play on
conscious
our
of time,
next
can we
slides.
save some of these questions for the end?
Yeah. So what we'll do now is we'll pick up the pace a little bit, and unless Michael objects, we might skip over these two slides. I think a lot of these things we're already covering in the questions, but what we're doing now is we're jumping into intensification. So we've got several slides that cover softer intensification, so townhouses and terraces, and then we step into apartments. So all of these slides here, again, we'll let you take these away and read them, but we'll jump into this. So we'll skip on to the next slide if that's okay. Driving. And again, we can keep on moving. I think we've covered a lot of this ground. So this is similar to the greenfield one we had a moment ago. We just got a one-pager here so that you've got a easy point of reference around infill townhouses and terraces. So there's a couple of images of local examples there that are being delivered by those type of wholesale developers that can deliver without necessarily full sales off the plan. But in terms of what has been delivered, that's the general price range. There are some that are above, very difficult to get below that 550 number. Generally, the 1 to 3 bedrooms, you'll see a lot of 2-story, kind of 65 to 85 square metre homes now that are delivered with open car parking, 2 bedrooms upstairs, living kitchen downstairs. That's part of the market that is going okay relative to other parts of the market. Who are these homes for? A huge amount of different market segments can go into them. So we've listed them off there: renters, investors, downsizers, what we call sinkies and dinkies, double income, single income, no kids households. So that's this type of market is what I think, with Plan Change 33 rules in place now that support this type of development, and a lot of sections across Tauranga, I think we'll start to see this typology develop over the next few years in greater numbers. To give you an idea of what's required there, I mean, who's undertaking them? Small, medium developers, as with these two examples on the right, builder developers. So that's where you've got the developer who is also a builder. What they do is they look at these projects on a dual margin basis. So they get a margin from building, a margin from developing. If we're in a tight market like we are now, they'll add those two margins together and go, this makes sense. We can deliver this. We can keep our team together. we can get enough here and enough here, we put those together and this is worthwhile. So that part of the market, this is perfect for them. We've also got central government, Kaingoa and so on, and community housing providers. So just a couple of reference points. 7 units, someone needs just over $1 million cash or equity to deliver one of these type of developments. You'll only get access to that 3.5, and again, it depends on the exact number of units, their spec, their location, the land value, but you only get access to that debt if you've got pre-sales and a de-risk project. So circa, we've said 5 pre-sales out of 7 to get debt cover, with the balance being profit effectively sitting above that, and your equity to give you that buffer. What's the risk? Low to medium. So 1 step up in terms of risk compared to a greenfield development, but certainly much lower risk profile compared to walk-up apartments and apartments. You probably heard the term IRR, internal rate of return, very much driven by time and speed. So where you've got cash in a project, time is critical. For these projects here, getting in and out and having speed provides a good IRR, good return for capital committed to a project. So it's really important. We've said there 2 years, reasonably easy consenting at the moment after Plan Change 33. You can't really stage them easily, and at the moment, difficult in the current market, but a proven formula, not just locally, but nationally. And there's an indication there of the scale of profit. It's not big, but it reflects the amount of capital invested in the risk return. Next step up, small walk-up apartment. So Plan Change 33, MDRS, they're all designed to deliver this type of product as well. It can be delivered on smaller sites. And as we've said there, like based on 12 units, there's some numbers, 2.5 million working capital, 5 million debt, circa 8 pre-sales. This is the type of development that went really, really well in Australia metros through probably the 1980s and 90s. We haven't yet seen the same take up in New Zealand. And will we see it here? Difficult. It's not saying we won't see it, but difficult in the private marketplace at the moment. So again, the numbers go up, the returns go up, but equally the risk of this type of project goes up as well. This is apartments. So there's a wide range here of sizes, a wide range of price points. Very much depends on the project, where it is, who's delivering it. There's a couple of examples there that have been completed in the last 5 years. So the Farmers Development and Latitude Apartments, different size, different scale. We were development managers and project managers for Latitude, so have a good idea of the numbers and the ins and outs and what was required on that one. Probably a fewer number of people in the marketplace can deliver this. In terms of the groups locally that have the risk appetite, the horsepower, the capability, I'd say there'd be under 6 locally that could deliver this type of development. Specialist skill set, a lot involved, a lot that can go wrong as well. Consenting risk is something that I think council's made leaps and bounds forward to make this type of development easier. When we ran Latitude Apartments 2017, 2018, we needed 2 resource consents. It went through notification and took over 18 months to get a consent. With Plan Change 33 now, that is a lot easier than what it was. There's other projects like Vantage down Cameron Road, similar process, public notification, long lag time, and difficult to nail that small market window. So the timeline there, we said earlier, 3 to 5 years, higher numbers, higher returns, but the market conditions, smaller window. You need FOMO, you need the market doing this, people buying off the plan, purchasing into a unit that they'll receive in 18 months or 2 years' time. So they're going to buy if they can see that appreciation in values. Otherwise, they'll sit on their hands, which is what's happening in the market at the moment. Our next slide is 3 projects that we've, again, been development project managers for locally, to give you a little bit of an idea of behind the curtain, what goes on. So Michael was probably closest to these 3 than me, so I'll let you talk to these.
Yeah, so the first one is Basque on the corner of Girvan and Maranui Road, and also fronts on Ocean Beach as well. So our client actually bought this off one of the owners who lived on site, but it had taken him 7 years to acquire all those sites. And unfortunately, the middle one was the last one that he acquired, so he was never going to develop it, but it took him 15 years to pull that site together. Great site, great location, ticked a whole lot of boxes. At the time, it was a very difficult consent because I think density was down to about 135 square metres per dwelling, when the district plan's 325 net average. And so it went through a whole period, and that whole period of the time that we took to actually secure the land, consent the land, the whole funding arrangement, it just drags on, but essentially it took us 12 months to pre-sell 23 units there. The developer ended up putting more money in it after about 14 or 15 pre-sales, just to get it across the line in order to get funding and in order to push it through. And that'll keep coming through quite regularly in this, is that the pre-sale side of it is actually really, really tough, and often developers are having to put more money into it to cover shortfall in funding just to push them forward. Park Terraces, which is the old Tauranga Squash Court site, we weren't involved at the front end, but got involved when the developers hit a snag and couldn't make it stack up, but they were looking at a 3 or 4 story apartment building with a heavy basement there, and a site that was pretty much in an overland flow path, and we basically came in and said, hey guys, the ground here's no good, we've got to reshape this. So effectively we had to convert them to plan B just to get them out of jail on their land value that they'd paid land value based on being able to build a 4 or 5 story apartment building, which would have been great but wasn't realistic for that site. And with that one there, at the time, the market was going pretty well, but we still couldn't meet the market in terms of our product. So in the end, it was sold to whatever the predecessor staircase in NZ Invest was. So we'd got one pre-sale away, so that pre-sale sat, and NZ Invest came in and brought the rest out. And at the time, we were having to sell these 2-story terraced units for more expensive than a 3-bedroom house across the road. So that's how sensitive it was. Again, because they were getting out of jail, they started on a low development margin because they were just needing to get out of jail. So Latitude Apartment, there's lots of people know some of the history around this site, and it's used quite widely as an example of a good development. It was hard. It was tough, like really, really tough. There was 2 other major apartment buildings consented ahead of this one that was pre-selling. It was soon realised that they couldn't progress at the same time as we could. So ultimately their pre-sales fell over, and we took their signed pre-sales to our development in order to stack up our development. But again, 18, 24 months getting pre-sales, and 23 apartments in there. So we would have been looking at 17, 18 pre-sales. So that's to sell off the market in Tauranga is really, really, to sell off the plan in Tauranga is really, really tough in a market that's not used to this type of product. Few other things there, really high risk for the contractor. And we had it on a previous slide, and not just with this site, but we've spoken to some of the other contractors who have built apartments. They won't do them again. The tough experiences for them. I spent 5 years in Australia building as an architect in an architecture firm that specialised in high-rise apartments. Every consultant that we used specialised in high-rise apartments. There was no one on our team that was a jack of all trades. They were specialist people. They knew that market. They knew it inside and out. And we just don't have the expertise. Auckland's growing it. There's people in Auckland, but we just don't have them locally. These are all examples of projects that have been mooted for Tauranga. Some of them have progressed, some of them haven't, a majority of them haven't, but it just shows you that people go into this expecting that this is easy. Here's, 10 examples of things that have gone wrong in the last 5 years. We probably couldn't give you 5 that have gone right. So it's just highlighting the fact that this is really, really complex. It's not simple. It's not for the faint-hearted. Yes, we've got to encourage it. Yes, we want this outcome, but it's just not easy.
A lot, just on this slide, you'll see a lot of these projects will be advertised. They'll get to that pre-sales stage. They'll never happen. So lots of times they'll be on the front page of the paper, something like this. On this slide here, you might not notice it, but one of the sites still has nothing on it. It's got 3 different development proposals up there, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, or maybe a bit longer. So it is tough.
And it's a good site.
That's the end of there's intensification. There's 4 or 5 more slides, but it's probably an appropriate time to take some questions.
Yes, Mayor, and then Councillor Taylor.
Do you believe, like you just touched on it then, but is that the thing that's holding us back, is we don't have the expertise?
Partly, but it's broadly as well. It's not just from the consultant side of it. It's the contractors, it's the subcontractors, it's everyone. I had a conversation with one of the contractors in town, and they actually went back and did a retro back on where it went wrong for them, and it was simple things. They didn't account for the additional labour of going up and down stairs. Something really, really simple. So they've priced it on a square metre basis. Their subcontractors priced it on a square metre basis, but they'd priced it on the basis of a 2 or 3 story building, not a 7. And there was a massive loading and a productivity drop that they hadn't accounted for. And if you're in a market like in Metro Australia or in Auckland, those mistakes just don't get made. And it's all those, it sounds like something so trivial, but it's that mistake that will probably prevent that contractor from looking at an apartment building in Tauranga for the next 5 or 10 years.
But for argument's sake, if you got someone like an Ockham who have been proven to do these in Auckland,
yep.
Do you think they could come and make it work in Tauranga, or we just don't have the market that would support?
Ockham probably would, but they'd be one of the few. They have a lot of their own team. They'll have all their own core consultants that they go to, and they'll look to drive that themselves. So, we could probably point to a handful of developers across the country who probably could do it. And my guess it is probably just a handful. But they would probably be in that handful of those that you would want to go and tap on the shoulder.
Councillor Taylor? Good question, but sorry. If they did make it work, how many projects do you think they could make work? Say at any one point in time, because scale is important. One project's good, 10 projects would be great, kind of thing.
Oh, I don't think anyone that was coming into town would do any more than one and then reassess it. Pretty simple. Our market's not there for it. I talked about Latitude, 23 apartments. Just the pre-sales volume's not there for what we need to deliver multiple projects. And, that'll change over time, but that time period's not 5 or 10 years, that's 20, 30, 40 years.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, thank you guys. What's 1 or 2 things that we as Tauranga or the City Council can implement now sorry, I know it's a bit of a silver bullet type question, but we can implement now to make affordable intensification attractive and feasible, because right now it just sounds like a pipe dream.
If it's okay, we've just got some slides to wrap this up and we'll cover that. Yeah.
Councillor, you go. Okay, carry on. Keep moving.
Through the last 4 or 5 slides. And
that covers
Yeah. So we've got one slide that looks at this part of the market, which is public social community housing. It is becoming or has become an important part of the market right across New Zealand, probably through that last cycle. And then we jump into, Councillor Baker, exactly your question: what can council do about it? What are your levers, and so on? So just this one slide, like you'll see projects that pop up that are led by Tauranga Ora, community housing providers, the likes, like we've got Accessible Properties Limited, who are a pretty major player here, and also different iwi organisations or Māori organisations that have different funding streams and so on through central government. So they've got a different investment model, different tax settings, don't necessarily need development margin. It's not a build and sell margin-based outcome necessarily. We've got HUD out of Wellington who do things like put in place 25-year contract leases at market rents plus premiums and so on. So this is a different part of the market that we just wanted to acknowledge. There's some out there that do a lot of this in volume in the private sector. So just reference the likes of Soho, who partner with community housing providers and Māori organisations across the country to do this mixed model of build, lease to government for 25 years and rinse and repeat right across the country. So probably the only thing I wanted to add to this is even the likes of Tauranga Ora, as you've seen play out in the news, find it hard to stack projects up where they deliver a project like one that we're aware of down Cameron Road and Gate Par, where they looked at doing 6-8-story apartments. The value of the end product was less than the sum of the parts for them. So they could deliver it. They had the funding facility, but they didn't have the development metrics where effectively they're delivering something and then it was worth 80 or 90 cents on the dollar. So couldn't stack up within their overall system. Put that reference up there from the reset plan that they were delivering 12% cost premium above the market. It's likely higher that they didn't have land and generally have a whole lot of great sites across the country as well. So it's not always easy, even if you're operating in this space. And as I understand it, in the next few weeks, central government will announce where the next 1,000 homes will be delivered under their current community housing provider partnership model. So we'll see some of those play out locally and be delivered here.
Probably just touching on that too, is it's mentioned up there with Accessible Properties, but they are pushing ahead with a couple of developments locally, which will be 3-story walk-ups targeted at the requirements for their affordable and accessible people. So I know that they're pushing ahead with 2 of those projects at the moment. So it's actually a good news story that we have a developer like Accessible who is pushing the boundaries in that space.
For the what can we do about it space on the next 3 slides.
We've got 3 slides here that we've grouped into. This first one is around process. So this is Councillor Baker answering your question from before. What can council do about it? How can you influence it? The second one is around financial, and the third one is other factors like infrastructure and so on. So a couple of examples here. You have done some great work as a council in the last 5 years around the planning rules. So it was previously plan change 26, then 33. Creates a hugely enabling framework for development to occur locally, which pulls a lot of cost and a lot of risk out of intensification. So that's a great win that you've got in place. Unfortunately, it's aligned with a market where it's really, really tough to deliver intensification. But I think that's broken the plan of a lot of the frustrations of those players in the market that were looking at doing more density, more infill and so on. So that smoothed the way. The next one there is around enabling culture. So having a team, and again, not saying this is a good or a bad area, but having a team that works in unison and collaborates or partners with those developing, those investing, understands them, is educated around that side of things, not ultra risk averse, obviously independent, impartial, protecting council's risk, but in a way that it's actually supportive. We've talked about case management partnerships. So this is big projects. This is where you have the likes of Latitude, Farmers, other projects, Basque, where there's key people, go-to people within council. So again, that's probably an area that you've done really, really well over the last 5, 6, 7 years, where you've had that case manager, that development planner type role. And the other one's adjusting to the market. So right now, the market that we're in, it's hard work. So what are the costs, risks on investment? There's things like urban design panels, criteria that are subjective in district plan around design, pre-lodgement meetings and so on, like council in the past has charged for them, has not charged for them. So there's little levers and processes that can make things easier or add cost and risk, which are within your control to adjust to the market. Next slide is around financial. We've spoken about DCs. I won't jump into that anymore. But the second point there is adjusting development contributions to targeted development examples or segments that you want to occur. So this is not necessarily waiving them, possibly incentivising them. If you look at Hamilton City Council as one example, for a number of years now, they have waived development contributions on city centre development that's 6 stories or more. They're stepping that down now, so it's not quite a full waiver, but they've said we want a vibrant city centre, we want the private sector to invest. We've got a lot of infrastructure here, even though under the ground there's still upgrades needed, but we're going to target that. Might be targeted Papakāinga, community housing, commercial development in the CBD, whatever those might be. It definitely makes things easier, and I'd probably say in that case development contributions for that type of development downtown in Hamilton, it might be under 5% of your overall cost of development, but it does impact cost, it does impact sentiment. So it targets the development sector to say, right, we've got an enabling council, we've got them willing to come to the party, let's look at this. So yeah, I think definitely a little bit in the cost space and a little bit in the sentiment risk space as well. Last one, we've talked about amenity. So this is what else council can do: investment, infrastructure, amenity. Amenity enhances desirability and adds value and supports marketing. On the way here, we got drenched in water walking down 2nd Ave, not a tree in sight. Asphalt curb to curb, and 2nd Ave is actually a great place where in 10 years' time we could see infill development, we could see housing, we could see people there. But if council want that to occur at a more rapid pace, invest in amenity in streets that people would want to live in that are marketable, as one example. We've talked about facilitating, collaborating. This is probably council where you've actually got the opportunity to do things. This goes for all councils across the country, not just be the regulator, but is there any land you can use to lead to housing outcomes? So in the last 2 years, we'd look at property like Smith's Farm, we'd look at Papamoa East, Poterifi, other blocks that you've got also downtown, where it's not just a regulator role, but a landowner where you can participate in the market or partner with the private sector. So we support local governments elsewhere across the country that are doing this, whether it's delivery of elderly housing, whether it's development partnerships, or selling land that might have outcomes, conditional outcomes on it around leveraging. Just one that will be in the news today over in Hamilton, leveraging affordable housing outcomes. Down the bottom, this is probably not your business as usual, but something that we do get asked about from time to time. Is there anything you can co-fund or underwrite or support that is a pilot project or something that we need a prototype locally to prove that it works? So there's different ways that you can really get boots and all in, but some of those are probably at the one end of the scale compared to the others. Any questions?
That's really the end of it. There's one slide on the key takeaways, which you might just put up while we take any questions and people can just read that for themselves, but it's what you've probably heard today already.
Councillor Crowther.
Thanks very much. Really helpful. Given you know the lay of the land here pretty well, we talk all the time about affordability. We talk about in our UFD documents and our smart grade, everywhere there's affordability. TCC's got cupboards of documents for that. I mean, is it realistic under the normal meaning of affordability, that we will get to affordability in the next while without market intervention. And you know our balance sheet probably well enough. Like I appreciate your suggestions. You know, I'd love to do things like that. We got rid of our elder housing portfolio, but you know, realistically, is there a way that you can see without central government? It ties back to value capture as well. You know, if without central government coming or someone of immense scale, is it just a pipe dream to have affordability? Whether it's greenfield, which is a formula basically, or whether it's certainly, you know, won't be apartments. But.
Silver bullet question again. Yeah, affordability for me is really, really tough. I always comes back to that waterfall or staircase side of it for me. It's much easier to build and develop and deliver greenfield and intensification at that slightly higher than affordable. It doesn't have to be much more than the affordable level, but you know that affordable level is different for everyone. You know, a lot of the intensification projects that have gone on in Tauranga over the last 5 years in that 2-story townhouse product, that's as cheap as you can deliver that product, and most of them are sitting at between $700,000 and $800,000. That's 2-bedroom townhouse product. That's not one developer doing it. It's not 2 developers doing it. It's probably 10 or 12 or 13, and they're all sitting at that same price point, at the same range. So that gives you a good example that that's just where that product sits. There's not a lot of compression that you can get out of that. And so the things that are occurring now with that product that's moving forward, it's all because they're doing it with off balance sheet. They're not looking at funding. They're all putting equity in. They're all lowering their position. They might have the underwrite from HUD sitting in behind them. That's giving them the confidence, but that's the only reason that product is still moving.
I think if you look at all those forms of development that you can get, they all have very significant cost structures. And most of those costs are fixed. Most of those costs are going up, particularly the infrastructure component through DCs or direct developer funding. So unless there's a completely new way of funding growth-related infrastructure where the developer's not meeting as much or if any of that cost, you're not going to see prices dropping down easily. And you've kind of got this issue where affordability and feasibility are actually conflicting against each other, because what you've heard today is a lot more stuff in Tauranga would be feasible if house prices, you know, the end section price or the end apartment price were actually higher. So, you know, feasibility relies on prices going up, affordability relies on kind of prices going down. So, but what you've got to remember is the income side of things. And you mentioned it before, Councillor, correct. So obviously the focus on economic growth and growing incomes locally, but nationally is really going to be the thing that matters the most around how affordable housing is to, I don't know, our people in the medium to the long term,
I think that would be really helpful to stress that in all our communications, because even in our proposed regional deal, you know, that languaging was very problematic for me. And yes, we can grow income, but we can't get to 3 times income, which is the traditional affordability measure in Tauranga for the foreseeable decades, you know. So I think that reality check would be a really key outcome of this.
Councillor Kurik.
Trouble is a large part of our economy is based around housing unaffordability and prices continue going up and up, which increase people's equity and therefore ability to borrow and spend money into the economy. It's all collapsing now, but it's been a driver of our economy, and even government policy that continually incentivizes investment into housing, which drives up price and drives the economy. The whole thing, yeah, our economy needs a big reset, and the government is going to struggle to achieve that. So if they maintain the course to just be satisfied with moving forward with housing that's unaffordable to try and drive the economy. It's really difficult, and it's frustrating. That
We have a
can never
question
get
here,
there.
councillor?
No.
All right,
No question.
Councillor Taylor.
Do you agree?
Put you on the spot. Distilling everything you've just told us over the last hour or so, and if you're in our shoes and you wanted to get some runs on the board in the next 18 months, which way would you go?
It is putting us on the spot. Yeah, the status quo, we will see the delivery of housing drop off significantly in terms of numbers and supply to the market, given where things are at the moment. If you look at a system effort, all players out there trying to deliver more housing at the moment, I would say the biggest move you could do is take a balanced approach to infrastructure, not all eggs in one basket. So looking at big new greenfield areas, front footing the bulk infrastructure of those. So I understand that's what you're doing. I drive over the Kaimais and see all the work happening in Tauranga West. And we've got another couple of growth areas as well. So individual private developers can't do that on their own. The amount of, I guess, and take the point, Councillor Crowley, your balance sheet is constrained. You're hugely committed in terms of infrastructure, but front footing bulk infrastructure for big greenfield growth areas is one of the biggest plays that you can do for growth. The second one around balanced growth and probably infill housing. I think what we will see in the market naturally will be that 2-level townhouses will be, and possibly even standalone small sections will be the next tranche of housing that we'll see in this market for the foreseeable future. Apartments won't rule it out, but they'll be really, really hard to deliver for the next couple of years. One thing I'd probably note that's changed from the last cycle and the one building up to 2008 is we've just gone through a 5-year period of generational planning reform. So a lot of the checks and balances or protections in place around the type of housing that we get have gone. We no longer in a tier 1 local authority need to deliver car parking at a certain rate. Sure, the market demands it, but that's not built in. So not every apartment will have to have a big basement with it. Not every new house will have to have a double garage. That certainly helps. We've got the MDRS rules, the intensification plan changes. We've got things ahead like granny flat rules or central government taking away minimum apartment sizes. So I think what we'll see is more flexibility and innovation come into the market. So that's probably the market and what they're doing. But yeah, the biggest ones, funding bulk infrastructure for new growth areas, and somehow whether or not part of the equation is looking at how we can have not a red carpet, but a more collaborative, easy risk, probably risk accepting or speed supporting relationship between councils, regulators, and people that want to invest and build stuff.
It's a very politician-like. Yeah, get your point. Thanks.
Councillor Shorter.
Thanks, gentlemen. Really enlightening. And just one quick question, a little bit direct. So you talked about the amenity side, and that obviously enhances. So just a direct question. We've got to make some decisions on Port Reefi, nearby Bethlehem. When you're talking amenity, because the opportunity cost of houses there is less sports fields, and so, and that's a balanced choice. But then when you're talking about amenity, is that largely in terms of what's already there because of that little township centre, or is because if we don't build sports fields there, we've got to find some other place in this town to build them?
Probably amenity covers a number of things. It's not a visual thing. It's social infrastructure as well as part of that, So with that one there, the Bethlehem Town Centre, it supplies everything already. That centre's there. It's got the medical. It's got the groceries. It's got everything that you need right on your doorstep. So that to me ticks a number of your boxes from an amenity side of it already. There's other, when we talk about amenity, it's things where you've invested in things like Coolum Park, boardwalk at the Mount. Those are great investments that you see the positive response from the community straight away. Those are the sorts of things that, if you're looking at intensification, those are the sort of projects that you need to invest in to benefit that. But yeah, typically amenity for me is a broader side of it. It includes that social element of how do I go about my daily life, and is that a nice and easy walking, getting about side of it as well.
And it's more important for more compact forms of housing in terms of their saleability, livability. So if you've got a section and a trampoline or whatever it might be, a local park, you've got your amenity, you can generally drive to amenity. But where you've got some of the forms of housing that we showed on the screen, or you're looking to move into the farmers building, you need that neighbourhood amenity, and that's critical to the livability and the marketability in that lifestyle.
No more question? Oh, supplementary.
So how will a Memorial Park type pool in Memorial Park, obviously, impact amenity for encouraging intensification? Putting everyone on this, because that's a big part of the equation. It's a pretty legacy.
It certainly improves the demand livability profile of the Papa Peninsula. If you're within walking, short driving distance of that type of amenity, that type of recreation, that type of facility, it makes the proposition of living in a compact form of housing much more attractive. Equally, the size and scale of that facility that has been talked about and planned has probably got citywide benefits as well.
Thank you very much. No more questions. Thank you very much, Morgan, Michael and Andy. Great presentation. Appreciated and valued.
Sorry, I wish it was over, but we have the infrastructure piece now, yeah, which is just part of the same item, and it's still in the same presentation there. So, Claudia, come and lead that one.
Can we get the presentation up? I think it's coming up. Yeah, so I think everybody remembers my name, but I'm Claudia Hellberg, and I'm leading the City Waters planning team. And you're well known. If you go to the next slide. So I'm talking about intensification and infill in the city and the waters related infrastructure needs. So Tauranga City is growing, so you're quite aware of it. And for us, it is actually business as usual every 3 years to look at the new population numbers we are receiving, and then looking what infrastructure needs there are to actually cater for this population growth. So it's a really adaptive pathway we are taking there to just deliver infrastructure as it's needed, not too early. And so the last numbers, and this assessment is based on numbers we received in 2022. So we are expecting actually the new numbers later in 2025. So we would start a reassessment of the infrastructure needs. So this picture might actually change if, for example, there's more intensification and infill expected or in different areas than what was previously predicted. And yeah, so it was actually largely assumed that intensification would mainly happen in the Te Papa Peninsula and some areas around Utumputai and Mount area. Next slide, please. And so all of the three waters are slightly different. So I'm talking you through each of them individually. In regard to water supply, we can distinguish between the bulk distribution network, which are our large pipes, the reservoirs, and then also the local pipes, which are just supplying from the large pipes, basically supplying individual houses. As these individual pipelines to service directly houses need to be designed for fire flows, they're usually large enough and have got enough capacity to supply capacity, even if we are having infill or intensification in our areas. So there, for individual houses like a 3-dwelling apartment, the local connection might have to be upgraded, but it's normally a minor cost and can be done by the developer. And slightly larger upgrades might be required if you're talking about infill, like a new retirement village where we have got much more demand. Maybe the whole of the street needs to have an upgrade along there. Yeah.
Is it what it says?
Yes, exactly that, yes.
Basically, the infrastructure there.
Yes, yeah, so there's a New Zealand fire code we need to cater for, and that code is currently being reviewed. So when that new code is coming out, we would check how we are standing up against that code. But that's where we have got usually larger pipes than what we normally would need just to supply water to individual houses. And now, please stay on that water supply stack. So where we are seeing more issues is with the larger pipe network. So that's from the treatment plant, the supply to the reservoirs, where these upgrades had been planned anyway, so they're not necessarily in addition to seeing more intensification in the city. But we need, because the city grew over time already, we need to have some of these large upgrades happening. And if we wouldn't do them in the next 10 years, as we have them planned at the moment, then we would actually see constraints for large areas, like the whole of the western part of the city would potentially be constrained by further growth if we wouldn't actually implement these projects as we have planned. Yeah, so that's basically kind of a message, don't stop these projects. Yeah.
On page 76 of the agenda, it talks about if these projects go ahead in regard to Cambridge Road, etc. I'm just wondering, is there, I understand that in the LTP, is there some thought, just the use of those words, if rather than when, is there something that we don't know about that's causing you to use those words?
I think it's what we have seen over the years, that there were always desires for budget cuts or deferral of projects. And so we try to keep these important projects in. And when I come to talk about stormwater, that's probably the easiest one, which is very often then shifted or pushed out. Not that we are saying they are not needed, but it's just shifting of budgets.
Bit of concern about governance making rash decisions.
Yeah, so in regard to wastewater, next slide, please. So we also have got a local network and what we call a strategic network. And the strategic network is the treatment plant, key pump stations, and all pipes with more than 250 millimeter. And these projects, there's a large program of upgrade projects which are needed already now to just cater for the city as it stands without any intensification. So we don't have any specific projects which are just for intensification, but they're really important. And like when we talk about the treatment plants themselves, they require urgent upgrades. Otherwise, we might actually see more overflows in the network or at the treatment plant. And then the next slide shows the local network. And so for the local network, we have seen that we are actually facing issues with some of these infill intensification projects where just the pipes are too small. So these are usually quite smaller upgrade projects. And we put into the long-term plan a specific program to address these smaller projects. So the first 3 years, we have mainly planning budget, and then it starts off with implementation later in the long-term plan. But of course, this picture can change if we see intensification happening in other places of the city. Next slide. In regard to stormwater, so this looks like there's actually a large constraint. And this can be explained. So this is the primary network. The primary network is just for the 10-year level of service. So that's the day-to-day flows, which usually is being discharged through our pipe network. And so the standard for pipe design was changed in 2002 to have a 10-year level of service. So everything which was built beforehand was built to a different standard, partly only 2-year or 5-year standard. So we are aware of this issue and have got programs in place to address this over a long period of time. So we put a 30-year program in place for various areas. But it was pushed out the budget a little bit. So instead of being now in an implementation phase, again, we have only planning budget at the moment to address this issue. So most of these programs only kicking in with real implementation in 28-29 financial year. And so what it actually means for development, it's not necessarily a showstopper if the network doesn't have the capacity, as they can do attenuation on site, but it adds to the cost of a development and also complexity as they need to find the space for it. And it wouldn't also be a big issue if the secondary flow path, which is overland flow path for up to 100-year event, would be nicely built out, because then any spills from which is not going into the network could go over the land in a safe manner. But these areas haven't been designed with that in mind. So we see that in our new greenfield developments, where you have got specific swales and the roads to a certain extent can cater for these, but we don't see it in our old areas. So the flow paths are going more or less as the land falls over private properties. And so we can't allow to put potentially more flows onto these old flow paths because they might affect private properties or people living in these areas. So it becomes quite complex at times. And so we have got programs for Te Papa and Automotive intensification areas for doing some of these upgrades to enhance also these overland flow paths in existing urban areas. But again, it's quite a small budget at the moment, mainly around planning. And we could, for Te Papa Peninsula, for example, we can only deliver 2 larger projects in the long-term plan all time. So it's not a huge bucket. Yeah, so that's part of this. So in conclusion, so for water supply, there are only minor issues or hindrances from the local network. We have got the larger projects underway and just have to ensure that they are being delivered. So we shouldn't see, in regard to water supply, large constraints. In regard to wastewater, so we know there are current constraints for the local network, but we've got a program in place which should be able to address this. And for the trunk main, for the larger strategic network, there are large pieces of work underway, and we are only delivering maybe just in time or even partly on our back foot for some of these projects. And in regard to stormwater, it hasn't received a lot of investment in the past. And so we are kind of catching up on getting our network up to standard and to address some of the overland flow paths to help enable development. And the last slide is just a bit of an idea what's happening in Auckland or happened in Auckland. So as you have heard earlier, Auckland is a step ahead of us. And so they allowed a lot of intensification over the last 10 years and now realize that there's actually not enough capacity. So they put quite stringent controls on it. And it's probably not just a network capacity, but in my opinion, is also a change of community expectations in regard to wastewater overflows, which also makes them looking more strongly at any wastewater capacity they have in their networks. And just a warning for us, if we are not investing in our infrastructure, we might end up in a similar situation where we as Auckland.
Questions, councillor Kure?
Thank you, Claudia. In terms of on-site stormwater attenuation, whatever you call it, you mainly talk about like sinkholes and stuff, or how, when a site is highly intensified, what do you do with it on site? What are the options?
Yeah, so this is mainly if they want to discharge, if they can discharge to ground, to soakage, like in a large part of the coastal area, then that's, they don't need a connection to the street as such, to the pipe network there. But in other areas, they need a connection to our network. And so what they only can do is then have got a tank, and it can be under your deck, or yeah, or even within a fence. There are options where you can have a fence to your neighbor, and that provides storage, so that you can put it in architecturally that it looks. It's just an addition of cost, and it's another complexity to consider when you develop.
You got a question, councillor Taylor?
Looking at the intensification of Te Papa, how would you go about setting a plan to get your stormwater right? Like, do you just work from First Avenue out? How do you go about it? Is it on demand? Yeah. What's the process?
Yeah, so it's two different parts. So we actually developed what we call a stormwater management plan, which looks more holistically at the flooding areas and what can be done to alleviate large parts of flooding. So we've got a plan in place, but not enough money to actually implement it. So it's, if you're going at the current rate with decreasing it each year as we come to the next LTP, we will probably take 100 years to implement it, but it was intended to be a more 30-year plan to actually implement.
The Te Papa Peninsula has got some quite interesting characteristics. So when it rains heavily, we've got ephemeral streams. We've got areas that kind of flow down there like that, and they fill up and they flow very, very quickly and pass that water downstream, and there's often streets and other houses down below. There are other areas with depressions, and they fill and then they cascade, so that there's a little bit of attenuation with that. But again, that creates issues too, because you've got houses on the periphery of those depressions. So it's horses for courses, and Claudia's team's been working on all those different options, and when you add them all up, it's huge. So yeah, the flows that we're having to deal with now, or try to attenuate for the 100-year events, are quite staggering. Yeah, and we're not working from one end to the other. We're just doing it as it happens. And if it's very, very difficult for us to do something, then the developer will have to say, how am I going to manage water on site? Or how are we going to deal with, if there's additional water generated, how's he going to deal with that? So at the moment, it's very much site specific and development specific.
Thank you, Mayor.
Maybe if I can just add, where we have got our pipe network upgrade programs, we're actually working through a prioritization process, and part of that is also where we actually see development interest, that we actually try to be flexible where we invest, so that we have got a plan what needs to be done. And if we see, oh, there's actually an area where there's a lot of more interest for development in a certain area, we take that into account. So we probably should go and invest there first.
Seeing the assumptions in the 100-year flood scenario and, you know, models and worst case scenario and assumptions, is it realistic to actually use that? Like, is that just, you know, I guess you get to a point where you say, okay, we'll plan for a 50-year flood. If there's a 100-year flood, you know, you've got to look at that cost versus the mitigation, I guess, and say, are we actually better just to suck up a 1 in a 100-year flood? If that ever happened, you know, do you do that sort of modelling, or?
Certainly do. The 100-year event, or the 1% annual event probability, is something that we have to consider, and we're doing it with the 3.8 degree rise. In Auckland, the recent event that, well, 2 years ago now, in Auckland, they had a major rain event. Typically, it was not a 100-year event, but it flooded the heck out of Auckland. Some parts of Auckland, it was 100-year or slightly over, but generally it was not. As of last week, Auckland City had purchased 1,203 properties to remove from flood-affected areas. They'd budgeted for 900 properties, but they're up to, they're 30% over, 33% over. They've used up all the government money and now they're into rates money. So when you do have these type of events, they are significant, and council is always the last one standing and picks up the bill. So when we had the 2005 event here, we started opening up some areas, and following the 2013, was it 2011? Again, we have started creating blue-green networks. So removing houses from the flood flows, if you like, and removing those properties and opening up the floodways so that the water will move in a direction that's safe and will not affect people's safety. So we're not trying to protect every house, we're trying to protect people from being swept off their feet in a flood event and losing their lives. So we've taken a safety to persons approach, not a protect property at all costs approach. So the piping network and what we're putting in for large events, or mainly, it's not so much pipe networks, it's the overland flows. We're looking to protect people from the hazard. It costs too much to remove the hazard from the people.
Very useful, thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Given what you just said, Wally, can you clarify when it talks about hundreds of millions, presumably of council-led, DC-funded infrastructure for growth? I mean, how much would be like this? That's just a papa. Presumably, you could say the same, in the hundreds of millions if we did the same kind of development in Otamotai, which is prone. So, what are we talking about if we didn't have development? Because there's still, our understanding is that there are increasing requirements under waters to put in better stormwater. So are we still talking about tens and tens of millions just to kind of get to the higher standards, plus potentially more into the hundreds of millions to do the development?
So our main approach has been safety of persons around major rain events. So to upgrade all of our stormwater drains to a 10-year type event, we can take time for that. There's no urgency. That can really be a slow burn. But when it comes to safety to people, I think that we do, and we know where those properties are, and we do have an integrated stormwater program for managing those, removing those properties or opening up those floodways to protect people. I think that we do have a more critical, well, not critical, but we do have a more urgent need to invest in those areas.
I guess I'm looking for an indication of scale in the sense that I know the LTP explicitly didn't include all that infrastructure, and you talked about it, but how much of it, I'm still trying, it's probably the same question I've had before, is, like, how much more do we need to look at investing to get to what you just described, Wally? Like, to get to that level, irrespective of the growth?
I think the question is it council's responsibility to do that? So when the work that Wally just talked about, we did work on levels of service, and the council of the day made the decision that it was going to protect a child being swept off their feet. We had legal advice at that time that there actually is no legal obligation for council to provide stormwater mitigation to the sort of extent that you're talking about. And on balance, council at the day made the decision that that was as far as it was going to go, which was protection of life, relative to all the other investments it has to do across everything else. So that's the reason why that expenditure doesn't currently sit in the capital program, and is coming through where it links strategically to things that council wants to achieve, like intensification. So if it's a barrier to intensification, then over time, progressively, based on where we think the greatest market opportunity is and the greatest yield will be where council, the staff would recommend that those investments be made. that at the end of the day, that's all council policy decisions, but those are the directions that's been set that's currently driving the investment. Where that sits potentially in a CCO in the future, they might look at things a bit differently, and you'd also provide your direction for that through the statement of intent to the CCO. But that's the current direction that's sitting in council resolutions.
Yeah, through the chair. Well, Wally, I mean, as far as stormwater is concerned, was it the 2006, 2011 floods that initiated that? Was it 6 or 11? I'm not sure. 5.
2005 and 2011.
Right, which initiated the work that Christine has talked about. Essentially, it was a leading piece of work in terms of national infrastructure across the country, that depth versus velocity assessment of those areas, and the number of properties that the organisation council bought to manage that. It's put us at the front of the pack, and I think even Auckland have looked at our model following their floods and have taken the lead from us.
Pretty much, yes. And it was from that work that we did on that, Marty, that from that I got invited to be on their expert panel for the stormwater mitigation work that they're now doing in Auckland City. That's how I know there's 1,203 houses bought so far, because I am on that expert review panel, and there's 4 of us undertaking that work. So yeah, they wanted someone from local government experience in dealing with major flood events and how they might mitigate that. And they've definitely used the same model that we've used, but with a lot more detail. They've certainly dived a lot deeper than what we did initially. So yeah, they've had some really good learnings out of it.
Any more questions? No? Well, thank you very much, Claudia, Wally, and Andy. Much appreciated. Councillor Morris is happy to move the report. Councillor Baker is second. Do you wish to speak to the report, Councillor Morris? No? Wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak to the report? Motion is council receives the report, residential development feasibility assessment, intensification and greenfields. All those in favour say aye. Aye. That is passed. And that was a very lengthy item on the agenda. We'll have a short 10-minute recess. Excuse me, can you take your seats and we'll carry on? We'll just make a note that the Mayor Mahe has left the meeting. He has another appointment to attend. There's going to be a small change due to time and staff having to be somewhere else. So we're going to continue with item 8.7, Psychoactive Substances Policy 2018 Review. For those not keeping up, that's on page 91. And Sarah to present.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this paper is to get direction from Council on the next steps for our psychoactive substances policy. The government introduced a Psychoactive Substances Act back in 2013, and that was to control the import, the manufacture and the sale of these substances. It also allowed city councils and district councils to regulate where they wanted those substances to be sold. We introduced a policy to do that back in 2018, and at that time there had been no substances approved through the Act, but we as a council made a decision to introduce the policy as a proactive and preventative measure. There has still been no substances approved, but the Act requires that where you have a policy, you must review it within 5 years. So we're at that point at the moment. The first important decision for you is whether we rescind the policy altogether or retain it. And our recommendation is for those very purposes of providing a proactive protection measure that we retain a policy and that we leave it as a draft at the moment until we might be required to consult on it, just because of the resources required through a consultation process. The second decision, if you agree to that, is to, we've got 3 changes that we have made. The first is to simplify the policy. So in your second attachment, you will see a red line version of an updated policy that simplifies and updates some words. We are recommending that we expand the definition of sensitive areas. That brings it up, that modernises it and allows us to make better decisions for sensitive places, and also to update the map and place that on the website, which is a more responsive way of people knowing where they may or may not be able to sell these substances if they are approved. I do note that on page 91 and your recommendations, we have asked you to approve the updated map in attachment 4. That's actually attachment 3, apologies. So that map essentially reflects the status quo and the updated sensitive areas. And we are, as I said, just recommending that the draft remain in place. We don't consult on it until such time as we need it. And I would note we're not the only council in this situation. About 75% of councils have a proactive policy, and around 50% of those are at the stage we're at now too.
Questions, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for that, Sarah. Just a question. So we've done all the work? Well, that kiboshed my second question. Thanks, it's helpful.
Any more questions? Councillor Kirk is happy to move, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Can you put it up? We'll take it as read, except there is amendment to it's attachment 3. We'll just amend that. Anyone else wish to speak? Give you a minute to read it. We're page 91 in your agenda, and I believe it's up on It's up on the screen as well. Everyone's happy? All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? It is carried. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. First of all, thank you for moving the order around so that we can have Anna here with us. I'd like to introduce Anna Hancock, and she is currently our team leader, acting team leader design, but in this case, the project manager, and she's closer to the ground than I am. So just by way of background, why did we do this in the first place? Probably about 12 months ago, the team identified that there is such an inconsistency of signage, and in particular, a lack of wayfinding and interpretation in our parks and reserves, particularly significant areas and significant cultural areas, Anna. So I think recently I saw a photo of 18 different signs that we use across the city. So the desire here was to provide some consistency. There is no budget attached to this, and that is because we're not looking to upgrade all the signs now or introducing new wayfinding signs. As projects are developed and parks are upgraded or new parks are built, part of the cost has historically always been adding signage, obviously to identify what the name of the park is. And as that happens, then what we're looking at is this new palette will be the signage that we would use. And then obviously if signs are damaged or past their best by date, we would update the signs at that point. So the implementation could take us years and years, but it's rather than having to go and buy bespoke signs or get somebody to develop a sign for us as projects are developed, this palette provides us with consistency, and over many years will start to look like a one council. So Anna can just talk a little bit perhaps with your indulgence, Chair, about the reason why wayfinding interpretation is important and the feedback we've had from the community in that sense.
Barbara, nice to be here. So we, of course, in the design team, we are involved in a range of projects right from the beginning. We're there when our projects are engaged on and we get to read the feedback. We also need to, when the community have concerns about things and they contact council and make inquiries, we also have, we're able to draw on a record of previous CCMs, the responses that we provide to public inquiries. The need, as Barbara was saying, for the signage and wayfinding was identified, I think, many years ago, and was something that was repeatedly discussed among different people within, I think even when Mark Smith, if you can remember back in the day when Mark Smith was the manager, even then it was talked about quite regularly. So to give a couple of examples, for example, we did an engagement on Taylor Reserve in Papamoa, and in the information we shared with the community, we said that site was culturally significant, and it is. It's culturally significant under our city plan, the special information in the city plan about that, as well as, of course, working with the iwi and hapu. So when we do engagement with the community and they respond through their engagement, they're like, well, what is the cultural significance? There's no information. We don't know anything about it. That's one type of a situation where working with mana whenua who say, you know, because this is significant, we want this thing to happen here or this thing to not happen here. The only way we can talk about that with the community is through the use of a sign. And so over the years, whichever team it was, have developed a wide range of signs. When you walk along near Coolan Park, there's signs along there that look like they're about 20 years old and you can barely read them anymore. And you're like, wonder what that information says, because maybe it's a little bit moldy or whatever. And then there's also more recent projects, like, for example, you'll know that we've been looking at different sports fields and that type of thing. So when you have these really large sites like Gordon Spratt or Blake Park, and there's lots of different activities, it's hard for people sometimes to find their way. Grandparents are coming along to their kids, grandkids' soccer game, and which field is that on, which netball court is it on, and trying to figure out those type of things. So having signs that have got information, wayfinding information, maps and things like that would provide some assistance. So those are a couple of examples. I could probably keep talking, but I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Anna. And so I know there's a couple of concerns, so happy to answer questions.
Questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I did, one of my questions was just, we talk about a design team in-house, and yet, can you just, for my colleagues, share what the cost of the report on the recommendation is, please?
Finley, it was $89,000. Just noting we're a very small design team.
And just in terms of, you made a comment, Barbara, that you won't be automatically replacing signs, but then another comment, so the ones that are not perfect at the moment, what's the plan in terms of rolling it out? Because truthfully, this is something that when we're looking at and saying there's not much money in the pot, this is something I have been quite happy to say we could delay this. And I just want that culture to come out. But so my question is, when we do a sign, is that something that we can get the cost of those signs each year, so we actually do know what we're actually putting in from ratepayers into new signage, so we can get feedback? Because truthfully, I haven't had any feedback ever to say we need more signs. So are we able to get some specific costing going forward on this, please?
Look, absolutely. I can't give you an absolute. When a sign becomes unreadable or damaged or past its used by date, we would tend to update it. How bad it needs to get, I guess there is a little bit of judgment in that one. But when it comes to anything new that we're doing, this is the whole idea of having that consistency. And I can't give you an exact number, a dollar figure now, but I've just talked to Pete, who does a lot of the projects, and he says that if we go out and do bespoke ones every time, the cost is probably not that different to these more, friendly, consistent signs. But sorry, that was a long answer, Councillor, but absolutely, if you would like to have sort of a 6-monthly or annual report, or just through the messaging of how much we're spending on signage, we can certainly do that. Make a comparison perhaps to what we're already doing.
Thank you, Barbara. And just so is this one company would be doing all of these signs? So and is that company confirmed? And how do you go about allowing that company versus someone else to do the signage?
So the company has designed the signs for us, but we worked with our internal creative digital team that work in the comms team. And so they would themselves be able to design the signs, and then we could get any supplier to construct them and install them.
Best price.
Best price, yeah. That's correct. That's correct. We did have to ask the designer to remove their name from the documentation. Hopefully there isn't one that's snuck in there.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you both. I'm just thinking of the issue in terms of some signs will be like Te Reo names will be the most well-known, other ones that'll be English names. Sometimes it's got both and you've got provision for both. I guess I'm just wondering, you've both very common sense people, but in terms of the actual policy itself, will there be sort of like a common sense kind of practical way of doing that? Because we've got the proposal seems to be for the Māori name to come first and be bold, and the English name second if there are both names. And I'm thinking in some cases it seems like you'd be sort of knowing the lay of the land, knowing the visitors who come here who will want to see the signs. You might want to swap it or have them both bold, but certainly I just see some flexibility around that could be quite practical, recognising both names are important. But sometimes if you've got a bunch of local people saying go to X, and then a sign is kind of emphasising Y, it could be problematic. So I guess I'm asking, is there flexibility, or is this sort of a rigid proposal to always put a bold Māori name first and then an unbolded English after?
I can empathise with your comments, but I don't want to say something that Anna's going to disagree with. We have that concern with Hei Puna Manawa. It's a library, so everybody says go to the library, and we've got Hei Puna Manawa. So we're very aware of that situation. Anna, is there a consistent approach you're thinking about?
My understanding is that our creative digital and comms team have a TCC brand with a whole lot of information around font size, which colours and that type of thing. And in those brand guidelines, and I might be using the wrong word because I don't work in the comms team, but I think in those guidelines it does say that where there is a te reo name, that the te reo name comes first. And so when this signage and wayfinding strategy was being developed, we did work with the comms team to make sure that the content that is in the signage and wayfinding strategy was in alignment with the TCC comms brand standards. I'm just going to check with my colleague that I got that correct.
Yes, just like for me, I don't have a problem which one comes first or anything, but to have one bolded and one not bolded, it seems kind of like a little bit loaded, which not only could, it could lead to unintended consequences if I keep it vague at this point, but I would like to think we just do that as a very neutral process which respects mana whenua and also respects the needs of people to sort of clearly see English names in some cases.
Understand the sentiment, councillor, and we will make sure that that's followed through in any signage.
Yeah, through the chair, I was just going to say the same thing. I think what we've seen is a shift and in central government direction on this particular issue. And I think probably the policy that we've currently got in the organisation might be reflective of the previous central government administration. I think we need to look at that, revisit it, and I think there needs to be flexibility. So we'll do that through our comms team, perhaps report back informally to you.
And just to be clear, I'm not asking for an overcorrection. I'm just, just hit the sweet spot.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Shortland.
Thanks, Chair. Just reading, the recommendations are only to receive, but then down on page 110, there is an options analysis with a recommended option 1. So you just give us a bit of clarity, I think. So it looks like we've been asked to make it
So thank you for that. I talked to the chair and I wasn't sure whether he was going to pass that on. Yeah, we made an error. So originally, as we were going through the info council, we had an options paper that we turned into a for receiving paper. So I apologise, the options got left in there. Of course, that's not to say you can't do something different if you want to.
Thank you, Barbara. That was actually my fault. I was meant to pass that on. We're going to accept option 1. Yeah. And just, pardon? Yes. And to follow up on Councillor Crowther, this is not just signs for the people of Tauranga. This is for all our visitors from around New Zealand and all our international tourists. So these signs have to be easily followed, read and understood by all visitors to Tauranga. So we have to be very broad-minded in how we place and where we put these signs so that all our international and local New Zealand guests can read and follow. Especially on Papamoa, we wouldn't want anyone to get lost down there in an event. Or questions for staff? No, thank you very much, Anna and Barbara, much appreciated. Councillor Taylor's happy to move. Happy to second. Councillor Crowther's happy to second. Do you wish to speak to it? Speak. Does any other member wish to speak? Councillor Kuddick.
Yeah, support it. I'm particularly impressed with some of the more recent signage put in place at some of the projects. It certainly adds a lot of value at probably relatively small costs compared to some of our other, expenditure in terms of the projects. But the signage I find to be quite impressive, and it just adds something to the look and feel of our city. So I certainly think it's a good move, as long as it's done practically and sensibly in terms of the replacement signage.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I don't disagree, but I just think in our environment going forward, I would like to see that 89,000 probably isn't given out to consultants. I think this is probably, these are the sort of things that I think we have to, in this new culture of, I would like to see more of that in-house or understand, because I think we can probably find people in-house who are passionate, as we hear they are, about the city that would be able to do this. So for me, it's something that going forward, we want to encourage a culture of saying, well, what does our home team suggest?
Councillor Crowther, do you have comments? No. Just from my own personal view, this is another one of these projects that could possibly go out to a year 13 design or STEM class. We give them a parameter, a scope of this is what they're going to look like. You've got to stay inside this parameter box and let our kids design. After all, this is their city. They can help contribute to the design of our city. It's a good opportunity for us to get better inclusiveness with our city. Yeah. The other, Councillor Westmore's statement. We have a motion on the table. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Motion's carried. We received the report and we're going with option A is already. Yes.
Can you maybe put it on further?
Accepts option A, and option A is recorded in the minutes.
Option one.
Option one.
Accepts option one. We'll say what option one is. What option one is. We'll describe it, put in a description.
We'll wait for it. Everyone's happy with the motion as it is? Mover, seconder. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Now we return to item 8.6. 2025-26 Development Contributions Policy Growth Funding Opportunities. Christine and Ben. Welcome, Ben. Oh, and Andy.
end of the day, so we thought we'd bring another face on to try and liven it up a bit. So what I'm proposing to do is I'll run through the resolutions and sort of give a bit of context, and then we can take questions on the report generally, if you're happy with that approach.
I'm happy with that approach.
Great. So for context, for those that haven't done a DC policy before, this is essentially a sort of first look at what we're proposing for the 25-26 policy. So that policy will kick in from 1 July this year. And run for the year following. Under the LGA, we're required to do a DC or refresh our DC policy every 3 years. We do it annually every year, and that gives us the opportunity to refresh budgets, refresh the timing of delivery, and essentially to try and make sure that we're collecting an appropriate amount of growth funding towards projects that are growth funded. Each year we make sort of a series of incremental changes that reflect decisions that council makes through the annual plan, but then also we might look to introduce, last year we introduced a 4+ bedroom charge. This year we're looking at introducing some new local catchments. So there's 3 of those that are on the cards. The first is for the Tauranga business estate, which is for as you'll know, most of that's built out, but there's a 4th stage going ahead. And so that is a new local catchment to support delivery of waters and transport infrastructure in that area. The next one is for Upper Ohauiti. So we have an Ohauiti catchment already, and this is at the far end of that, going away from Tauranga. So the proposal there is actually that we would enter into a development agreement with the developer of that land, where they would essentially directly fund much of the infrastructure, and we wouldn't rely too much on DCs other than for sort of particular assets. In the event that that doesn't get across the line and we can't agree that development agreement, we would be using the DC policy as a backstop to ensure that we were still able to collect towards that infrastructure. But preferably not. So for that catchment, we're still looking to introduce it from this year, so that we have that available to us. There's a bit of a fly in the ointment there in that many of those projects aren't actually in the LTP, and projects must be in the LTP to be DC funded. So we'll have to swing around and kind of backfill that before we start charging if it comes to that. The third catchment is for Tauranga West. For the last little while, we have been planning on funding very limited infrastructure through the Tauranga West local DC catchment. The approach to date has been we'll collect for the Southern Pipeline, which supports much of the west of the city, and then also for certain quite limited community infrastructure assets like community centre and things like that. That approach is sort of under review at the moment, which I think Andy's going to speak to in light of recent changes with the Kaingaroa land holding.
So also go back to Upper Ohauiti, if I could say that word, just quickly, and things are a little bit challenging there with 2 different one landowner, but a separate party being a developer involved who is part of land under contract, but is still considering whether he will proceed with that or not. And that's why there's some uncertainty around whether we can use a developer agreement, which would be a simpler way of dealing with things and would be easier given that some of the infrastructure is not in the LTP, or whether we have to revert to development contributions. So that's why we want to keep that option open for the draft DC policy. In terms of Tauranga West, I think as we've advised you, the majority of the infrastructure has been proposed to be off TCC's balance sheet, directly funded by developers internally and through the enabling works funding package, IAF, IFF, etc. For that. And that, of course, relies on the 3 main landowners getting together, negotiating and agreeing how they're going to fund that internal infrastructure. The majority of that infrastructure, particularly the large collector road, which we call the Spine Road, I'm sure it'll get a better name, hopefully that name doesn't stick, is on the classic land, but it serves the whole development. The trouble we've got is that one of the key landowner partners is now reviewing their land holding and potentially looking to divest that. Classics are the point where they want to proceed and develop their land, but they can't afford to fund a road or the other one landowner's share of the road themselves. The first stage of the road, to enable the first few stages of subdivision to happen, is a few hundred metres. It's got a significant roundabout, a couple of connections to the various land holdings, and it's got bulk infrastructure services in it. It's probably in the realm of around $5 million, of which probably half sits with Classics and half sits with the other two landowners. Of course, Element IMF are at the far southern end, whereas this infrastructure is at the north, so they don't have a huge interest in dipping into their bank account at the moment, particularly with their focus on their industrial development. And then Kaingaora is uncertain. So we're in a difficult space where Classic may be unable to proceed or unable to afford to proceed. And we're looking to engage further with Kaingaora, potentially with the minister, to see if there's a resolution where they can come and resolve this and do some sort of deal, because it's clearly going to add value to their land, because without access and services, their land is undevelopable. But that may or may not result in a solution being found. And if not, we may have to reconsider a development contribution funding approach for that, at least starting with that first part of the spine road, which could and most likely would mean a small part, a minority share, or up to half the cost of that first stage would come back to the TCC and its balance sheet. And as development happened, for example, on the Kaingaora land, we would collect that back as a normal DC approach. And that's certainly not what we've been aiming for, but I guess the ball game sort of has changed. And I guess it comes down to how much we want to prioritise getting the housing delivered versus how much we're willing to prepare to just wait and see if a commercial solution will materialise. So that's just a recent update on this, and something that I think there's not necessarily need for a decision on today, but something that some more work we will do as staff, and also Classic Builders are having their own conversations through the various ministries and things like that to see if we can find a resolution. But we can report back when the DC policy comes up on the 24th of March for a decision as necessary on that matter.
Councillor Taylor, you have a question?
Sorry, I understand the DC approach to the KO land. Could you basically hold it as a lump sum, so whoever bought, if that land is sold, or whoever bought it could be up for that money to pay us back?
I mean, we could seek to potentially negotiate that, but we're obviously not the landowner, so we can't sell the land on that condition. But no.
That would come close as a targeted rate, and I think the legal advice I've had previously that doing something that's a lump sum like that would be a bit of a stretch, so you might better do it over a time period. So you've got no lever to make that happen. So it is by negotiation, if you can try to work with the parties who have actually got the power to acquire it.
And we could try and negotiate it when, like, let's say it was sold, that share of the proceeds came directly back from TCC from Kaingaora. That could be an option, but again, it's up to the government, the minister, about whether that would be acceptable or not. And they've probably got, other uses for that money themselves.
I just look at it from the other partner's point of view. If he sees us fronting up for that, but why wouldn't he put his hand up for the other bit?
I mean, the risk is a slippery slope, and we end up sort of, having to fund more of that internal infrastructure, which we, clearly can't afford. But I mean, it's really about getting this project on its feet and started. And so if there was some clear bounds around this being for the first stage, I think, that would be the way to go.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Before projects are complete, what sort of confidence interval do we put on those projects when we're going into to fund them for DCs?
Contingencies? You mean?
The confidence level of the budget of a piece of infrastructure. So say there's a stormwater pumping station needed somewhere in 5 years' time. We're collecting DCs for it now. yeah, what sort of confidence level do we have in the budget that we're putting into
Well, we've only got
the
as much
policy?
confidence as, doing the best estimate we've got. It depends on the level of design that is available. But as we've seen, so for example, over the COVID period, you can have some extraordinary cost inflation that you just can't see coming. But in normal times, we would cost it as if we were delivering it in today's dollars. We would then add various levels of contingency and risk on top of that. And then we would make an assumption and say, hey, we're not actually building this for 5 years. So we've got 5 years of inflation to add on top of that as well. So it's certainly the baseline cost versus what we're putting in the DC policy are quite different things.
You wish a supplementary, Councillor Morris?
Yeah, there must be a formalised, there's a formalised methodology somewhere, I'm assuming we can have it.
There is,
Circulated?
yeah, so obviously we don't do the cost estimation ourselves, it's for each activity and their projects. There is
Negotiation, right?
there's a cost estimate tool that was used for the LTP, so there was a consistent approach for each project, and that would assume what kind of levels of risk contingency, etc. And so there would be some information to share. It sits more in Nick Johansson's space.
Capital Assurance Projects Delivery Team that create the methodologies, and that does sit in Nick's team because that's where most of the capital projects are. So we could ask for them to provide some information to you on that, and then that, whatever comes through that process, then we pick up from a DC's perspective and apply that into the policy. So the work on the costings happens elsewhere in the organisation. I'll ask Nick to get some information on the general approach to costing projects. Yeah.
I've just got one, just curious, going back to the Oauhiti development, residential development, are the DCs to cover the cost of putting the infrastructure inside the development, or is it the cost of upgrading the infrastructure down our Oauhiti to connect to the rest of the network?
Yeah, it's the latter. So it's upgrades for the water supply trunk main, the transport sort of integration with Upper Oauhiti Road, and some sort of downstream wastewater upgrades to enable further capacity.
Excellent, thank you. And is there any sort of future proofing if we're going to move further up the hill, or is we just put the cost on to the next lot to?
So the edge of this development is the Tauranga border with the Western Bay of Plenty. So no.
That hasn't stopped us before. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I had two questions. First one was just in regards to State Highway 29 upgrades. What is it that would go into the second stage? Like, we don't normally do that for the highway component, do we? So is this some interface between our roading network and their roading network?
Yes, so I mean, if you're thinking of our DC policy at the moment, we've got projects like the Papamoa East interchange in there. And so there will need to be a process when NZTA progress their long-term solution for Tauranga around determining where funding sits. Like, obviously, it should largely sit with them. But they may seek some funding share out of TCC. We've went through a exercise a few years ago of based on their previous design, and that went into their business case that was approved around where funding would sit, and there was only a very small share of funding attributed back to TCC. There was some walking and cycling costs, and there was a further roundabout that was next to the southern roundabout that's being built at the moment around Redwood Lane. That would there was two roundabouts that sit with an interchange structure above it, and so there's a cost share for that, and so that's why we're signalling there could be some elements.
My other question was in regard, well, you say it in regards to the Central Library at number 57, it talks about a couple of areas that balance each other out. I'd be interested if staff could send through those before and after numbers, but sort of related to that, I guess, to me, like we've been given these different numbers for the for Te Manawataki, and it is sort of changing and same for memorial. But I guess I'm still struggling to understand that, you know, when it talks about the benchmark level of service for certain assets, you know, just intuitively, there's so much growth factored into that when you look at the level of service. And I just look at something like an exhibition centre. Surely there's a way to actually push a bit harder on that, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand what is the barrier that we're trying to address now that we haven't got IFF to not go quite hard on getting more growth funding there, given that we've actually, in layperson's language, it's often talked about as a project for growth to cater for the projected 29,000 extra residents in that part of the city. Surely that's growth. Surely it should be more growth funding as a percentage rather than just level of service. I don't see much increase in level of service ultimately in terms of it's just books and spaces to be in, just like other libraries. It's growth. It's catering for growth, isn't it?
Yeah, so there was probably quite a bit in that. I suppose the key is we don't start from a layman's perspective, we start from the law. And so we have to apply the legislation as it stands, which is quite prescriptive and probably generally quite conservative on how much it leans into growth funding. And so that is a natural hedge on our ability to go hard on it. The other hedge, of course, is the development community pushing back very hard on that. And they do have large concerns around the amount of citywide funding applied to their developments in Papamoa East or Tauranga West when the money's being spent in the city centre. And so we hear that a lot. That said, I think you're absolutely right. There is likely to be some portion of growth funding on, I think in particular called out the exhibition centre. Currently we have a large city with no exhibition centre. So we will, the way that the legislation is structured is such that that would be considered entirely a level of service deficit. And then once the level of service benchmark is set, we would then look at how much further it provides for growth beyond that. So we're kind of hamstrung by the way the law works, because I totally take your point around how people would think about it naturally.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, Ben and Andy. We have
Through the chair, sorry, I do have a couple more recommendations. Do you mind if I speak to them really quickly, just so they're on the... Thank you, sorry. So two more things we've done. One is looking at the waters funding. It turned out to be a little bit of a non-event in that we had got things pretty much right, but a large tranche of wastewater funding is turning off this year. It's reached the end of its capacity life. We'll stop collecting and start collecting for new assets. So that's coming through. And then the final, or second to last resolution is what Councillor Crowther was referring to, our community infrastructure funding, which is bouncing around a little bit and will continue to change with things like the IFF coming out and things like that. Final point is just to give you a sense of where we're at in terms of the DC policy cycle. So this, as I said, is a sort of first look. We'll come back on the 24th, as Andy said, alongside the annual plan consultation document. That's coming back to you on that day, I believe, for adoption. And then this policy goes out for consultation alongside that through the same period. And then the hearings, deliberations, everything will all run at the same time, with the idea to bring the final policy back to you alongside the annual plan for adoption on the same day. So.
Councillor Schooler.
Thank you. So just in terms of the changes you're asking for to be approved, these all enable growth to pay for growth. Can you confirm that?
That's correct. It's to improve our growth pays for growth sort of.
I just might have a foreshadow that I might put that as a specific note on the recommendation so that we are confirming that.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We spent a lot of time talking about different revenue streams in annual plan briefings, and historically, from memory, there's been a lot of discussion around user fees and grants to different arts groups and all that sort of thing. But then when it comes to adopting the development contributions policy or the regime for any given year, there's very little question or challenge or pushback, and it goes through within a matter of minutes. Given the large amount of revenue that's involved there and the belief, I think I can call it that, the belief that we in Tauranga and other jurisdictions have imposed development contributions conservatively because of the constraints of the Local Government Act. Can we have a workshop on development contributions and potential mechanisms to, quote, supercharge DCs, end quote, in line with the that paper from the, I think, the Infrastructure Commission that was talking about how the funding just doesn't stack up.
So when Andy spoke to the quarterly report, he talked in there that there's some stuff happening at a central government level. One of the things that the government is looking at and has asked specific feedback on is the development contributions for legislative framework and whether some tweaks could be made. So we've fed some stuff into that. So I think the timing for that workshop would be most appropriate once that legislation or that draft policy direction and legislation comes out, because we understand that there will be some changes. Otherwise, we're just talking about what currently is. Government also agrees it's not working as well as it could do, and growth isn't paying for growth. And we also understand that there are to be some announcements around that funding and financing stuff. And it was meant to be imminent before Christmas and it hasn't turned up. So we understand it's still meant to be coming in the next few months. So we'll note that you'd look at workshop, and I think that would be the best time to do it once we have that material.
LTV workshop really is what you're saying, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, or if there's some significant changes proposed, we'll workshop with you so that we can do a submission that reflects whatever your direction is, your views on it, if it's quite substantially different. So we'll send out a formal update as soon as something comes out legally, like we did last week around some stuff happening at a national level, and then prepare a workshop session to go through it. Yeah.
Yeah, we just made a note in the minutes regarding that, Councillor Morris, and we'll capture that and we'll as an item to attend to. Any more questions, Councillor Kudak?
Thank you, Christine. Are you able to outline some of the key requests made to government around some potential changes in the development contribution legislation?
Yeah, I mean, probably one of the biggest challenges we've got at the moment is the fact that a developer can come in, very large subdivisional development that they might plan to deliver over 5 or 10 years, and they lock in their development contribution charge at the time their consent application is made, despite the fact that DCs tend to increase over time. That creates many $1 million of DC under collection on potentially even just one development. So that's one of the things that we've been talking to them about. Also, just I guess it's pretty prescriptive, the development contribution legislation. You can get into some issues when, the world changes, as it does, where projects come and go, where, you might be collecting for, a library over here, but you don't build that and you deliver something else over here. So just having a bit more flexibility for those sorts of things. Also talking about under collection and whether just some more general allowance and future DC charges could be provided if we under collect. So those are a few of the things that I recall. I don't know if anything else comes to your mind, Ben. Oh yeah, so that's one of the ones. So at the moment we're constrained. So we're, for example, and you'll know the Redwood Lane example in Tauranga West. At the moment there are probably some constraints around where we're not incurring the capital expenditure. Maybe it's incurred by NZTA, maybe it's incurred by Peter Cooney. and that makes sense, but we can't on collect that money when a Redwood Lane or some other smaller developer comes along and then pass it on. So that's just an improvement that would make it easier for us to get other parties to deliver infrastructure instead of TCC taking that balance sheet responsibility.
Thank you for that. They all seem very sensible, and I'm sure the government listening to benefit. Maybe not.
Is there any more questions of staff? No, well, thank you very much. We have a recommendation. Is anyone happy to move that recommendation? Were you moving that, councillor, correct? Or you were?
Oh, yeah.
Happy to move? I'm happy to second. Do you have an amendment, David?
I would like to foreshadow an amendment. Is it on the table? You've seconded it? Or should I second it and foreshadow an amendment?
Got to move it. I'm happy to second. Oh.
I would like to add in after E as a new F, noting that this development contribution policy allows for growth to pay for growth.
Allows or focuses on?
I was going to say, I put enables or or meets the requirement for growth to pay for growth rather than allows. No? What's the word, Steve? Yes.
No, as a mechanism, because it provides
as a mechanism is right.
Yeah.
That's Christine was dead right. Let's put hers in.
That's development contribution policy as a mechanism. Yeah. Yeah, provides.
Council mechanism to enable.
To provide for growth to pay for growth. So provide for growth to pay for growth. That's it. That's the beauty.
Small g.
I am comfortable with that, yes, with that addition. You wish to speak to this, councillor Kirk? I'm happy with it as it stands and happy to move forward. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Crowther?
Yes, I think we need to go a little bit harder, notwithstanding I completely support what our staff have been doing, and I think we couldn't have better staff. I think we've got leading staff in the country in this area. So I feel a great deal of confidence that they're engaged with central government. I don't know if I have a lot of hope, but I still have hope that we'll get better outcomes. But the thing that I guess that pricked up my ears was the comment around the developer community, perhaps in Wairakei, Papamoa East, who maybe not so happy with the scale of what we might want to ask them to pay in the CBD. They pushed explicitly the developer community for those projects. They pushed for the commissioner's term to be extended to deliver those projects. They can't have it both ways. And I think where there's a gap between the policy technicalities and the practical understanding that pretty much anyone who is half awake during the previous few years knows, is that those projects were sold by our governance and in staff who were talking about the business case as growth projects as well as level of service projects. There was no two ways around it. So either we need to change our comms strategy and align our comms with the facts, not with a fairy tale, or hopefully our comms were accurate and they are growth projects and we need to push harder. And if that means we push up against the boundary, and if we have to risk going a little bit over the boundary and explaining ourselves, I would back them up completely, because I think what I've seen is we don't do that for good reason. But I think in this case, those Te Manuataki projects and potentially Memorial Aquatics, we need to go really hard to actually get the growth portion of that to be paid for appropriately and to deliver what we're suggesting we might do here, which is growth pays for growth. We're a long way for that on some of the most expensive projects in our plan, and I would urge everyone to keep pushing for that.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Crowley. Anyone else wish to speak? Comment? Right. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Now we have a couple of public excluded items. One's just receiving a report, and we've discussed the procurement policy that once Nick's reviewed it, he'll bring it in and redact what needs to be redacted. He'll bring it into the open. Christine, do you wish? It will be posted. Christine, do you wish to speak to the tolling?
In the open section.
Yeah.
I mean, this provides some more detail that we didn't think was appropriate.
Yes.
It's whether or not this council, the governance, wants to send a signal to central government together with our partner smart growth councils or not, which is the way we put it here. We're looking for a bit of guidance. We don't probably need a resolution, but I don't know whether you want to go here or not. So at the moment, the RLTC is going to send a letter.
Yep.
In some ways, they are relatively divorced from it, if you think about who sits in the RLTC, as opposed to potentially the Smart Growth Partnership, which are much more directly affected. So, yeah, we just really wanted for you to be aware of it and to give us some direction if you want us to action anything or not, which would obviously be through the mayor, but we would prepare something for him.
Yes. And do you want some feedback on the other planning proposal?
Was really, we just don't like you having surprises, so we wanted you.
Oh, that was just purely information.
It was purely for information, unless you had any specific questions, but we are working together with Western Bay. It's not, obviously, it's a commercial transaction, so it's not public, but we wanted you to know we are spending some staff resources on it, and the team are happy to answer any questions around that. And if it turns into something further, we'll come back and have some further conversations.
Does anyone here have specific questions? We'll have to go into public excluded in order to answer them. Happy to do that? Okay, I move that we go into public excluded. Do I have a seconder? We're moving into public excluded.